Morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Today we have our next witness, Dan McKinnon. He has not yet been sworn.
McKinnon, I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. McKinnon.
Good morning.
I'm going to start by asking you some questions about your professional background. I understand you're currently retired. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you retired in September of 2021?
Correct.
Prior to your retirement, you were the general manager of public works for the city of Hamilton.
I was.
And you started in that role in September 2016. Is that right?
It is.
So I know you had a lengthy career with the city of Hamilton and its predecessors. I'm going to come back to that, but first I'm actually going to start earlier in your career. Can you tell the inquiry about your professional qualifications, please?
Sure. I'm 1986. I graduated from Mohawk College from the construction or the civil engineering technician program. That was a co-op program. Subsequent to my graduation, I spent my first 8 approximately years in the private sector. I worked for local water and sewer contractors. So I did everything from run heavy equipment to I was a grade man, foreman, raking asphalt, forming, pouring concrete, to the point where I ascended to project management and project superintendent. And by the time I left the private sector in 1994, I was project superintendent running large multidisciplinary projects.
Thank you. So in that time in the private sector, you said that you were doing local water and sewer contracts. And then you did mention some work around asphalt roads, the grading. Was that work primarily in the context of the water and sewer work? Or was there sort of road construction involved in that as well?
There would have been road construction involved in that as well.
Road construction arising out of work on sewers or independently just dealing with road construction?
Primarily, it was the roads being reconstructed because we had to dig it out to get at the water and the sewer primarily.
Okay. And you said you joined Hamilton, I think at the time it was the region of Hamilton in 1994?
That's correct. I joined the region in the construction office as a construction technician. After about 6 months in that role, I ascended to a construction inspector position, and I was in that role for about 5 seasons.
So that puts us to about 1999. Mm-hmm. And I know that you stayed with the city. Did you move then into management roles?
I did. In 1999, I was a successful candidate for a supervisor role over in Hamilton Water. The division wasn't called Hamilton Water then, but it's that division. So I was in charge of operational and maintenance contracts. And then from 1999 right through to the end of my career, I ascended to progressively more responsible roles, primarily within Hamilton Water, although there was 2 short, discrete assignments that I was asked to do about a year long each in that period of time. But primarily I was in Hamilton Water in the operations function.
Hamilton Water, and let's just call it Hamilton Water. I know it did have a few names, but that's a division of public works within the city?
Correct. That's the division that is responsible for the operations and maintenance and capital renewal of all the city's water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure, from water distribution, water treatment, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment, stormwater collection and management.
Thank you. So just for the benefit of our court reporter and the commissioner, if you can slow down your answers a little. I also talk quickly, but I'm having trouble catching up. Am I correct then that your technical background and your experience, at least since 1999, was really related to water management?
That's correct.
And within water, you said you had been promoted through various stages of management. I know from other evidence the inquiry has received that there are various levels of managers and then directors and then senior directors. Is that the path of promotion that you're talking about in terms of your promotion through the water department?
That's correct.
And so in 2016, when you took over the role of General Manager of Public Works, just prior to that, what was the last most senior role that you had in the water department?
I was the term senior director was kind of loosely used, but I was the senior director of Hamilton Water. I was in that position for approximately 5 to 6 years. I had 3 directors reporting to me, and then below them were the different operating groups with obviously managers, superintendents, supervisors, that kind of thing. So I essentially was the head of the water utility for the city of Hamilton for about 5 years.
In that role, in the senior director role, did you report to the general manager of public works?
That's correct.
And over time, the inquiries heard evidence that the general manager during that time would have been Chris Murray, and then Mike Zagaric in an acting role, and then Jeanette Smith.
No, I'm sorry. No. So as the senior director of Hamilton Water, I reported to the general manager of public works, not the city manager.
You know what? I absolutely misspoke. You're quite right about that.
Yeah.
In the general manager role, it was, why don't you tell me over that period of time? I think you said it was for 5 years. Was it so from 2016 looking backward from about 2010? Is that right?
Yeah, so from about 2010 to 2016, as the senior director of Hamilton Water, I reported to the general manager of public works, who at the time was Jerry Davis. For a short stint at the end, it was John Mader. And then when I ascended to the role of general manager of public works, I then began reporting to city manager Chris Murray. For a short period of time, Mike Zagaric, and then at the end, I was reporting to Jeanette Smith.
Thank you very much for clarifying the confusion that I just caused. Let's turn to your role as general manager. We have some organizational charts, and I know there were some changes over time, so I thought perhaps that'd be the easiest way to go through, just so it's not a memory test. Registrar, can you bring up RVH 679, image 172, please? So this document is from a compilation of various organizational charts over time. Does this particular document look familiar to you? It's from the 2018 operating budget presentation.
It does.
So this is the Public Works organizational chart at sort of the top level, and you'll see your name is there under General Manager. So this is December 2017. So you've been in the role for over a year at that point. And to just raise in terms of where we're focused, there's engineering, fleet, and facilities. There's engineering services, which has Gary Moore as the director. There is operations, which has Betty Matthews Malone, and Rose is underneath her. And then there's transportation with John Mader, and it also says AGM beside his name. When you started at in the general manager role, what role did Mr. Mader play to support you?
John had been acting in the general manager position from approximately January of 2016 until I entered the role in September. At that time, there was a discussion with Chris Murray about the notion of having a position called associate general managers. And so Chris at the time had asked me, considering where John was in his career, if I would mind kind of call it piloting this idea. I was happy to do that. And so John, amongst having responsibilities as are identified on the slide there, was also acting as an agent, associate general manager, which allowed me to use John whatever way I felt was most meaningful to assist me in running the department.
Thank you. And we will come back to this as we go through the chronology. But just for the moment to orient ourselves to Mr. Mader's role, Registrar, can you go to page 175 of the same document, please? So this is January 2018. And as I say, we'll get to this. There was a bit of a reorganization, and now Mr. Mader is in the associate general manager role, but he does not have the transportation role as it was called before. But then now there's a new program called, or department called Roads and Traffic. And in that role, this is from January of 2018. Am I correct that Mr. Mader stayed in that role for approximately a year until he retired?
That's my recollection.
And during that period of time when he was in the associate general manager role, what was his primary scope of responsibility, Mr. Maders?
It was, I would say it was fluid. There were some, I'll call them initiatives or projects that I had asked John to spearhead, primarily because I didn't have time for it, and they did relate to John's former portfolio. And so in the old structure, John had been responsible for transportation planning. Prior to my arrival in the position, it was my understanding, or I learned that transportation planning, there was a council direction to have transportation planning move over to the planning and ACDEV department. And so in order to ensure that that happened smoothly and that, you know, there was no, nothing fall through the cracks and no problems occur as a result of that transition, I asked John to lead that, not only because he was my AGM, but also because he was very, very familiar with transportation planning because he'd been responsible for it over a period of time. And if I recall correctly, that is John's background. He is a transportation guy. So that was one of the key projects that I asked him to oversee. I was also, when I came to the position, some of the things that I brought with me as ideas that I wanted to implement across the department was quality management. And so I was asking John at the time to, I don't think John was as familiar with quality management as maybe I was because of my experience in water. But John was assisting me in that regard, as well as how do we strategize about getting quality management set up. And then, you know, I think we'll probably talk about further in the evidence, John played a role as a good example where he recommended to me that there had been about a bunch of outstanding issues related to both the link and the Red Hill Parkway with respect to outstanding business list items where council had given us direction at different times to do different things. And so John's recommendation was, let's get everybody together. Let's do one comprehensive report instead of going back to council 15 times on essentially what's the same piece of infrastructure. So I only use that as an example to give a sense of the type of things that John was doing for me, trying to kind of be another strategic brain for me to lean on.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think that provides some helpful context for turning now to what was in your scope of responsibility in terms of the areas and categories of your job as GM when you took it over in September of 2016. And Registrar, for the moment, you can take this document down. Thank you. So sorry, my question was, can you describe your roles and areas of responsibility in your role as GM?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so the notwithstanding a few tweaks in the organizational structure, there's essentially 7 divisions within Public Works. One of the divisions is Transit or HSR. One of the divisions is Engineering, which is the division that Gary Moore and Gord McGuire were the directors of. One was Transportation, which is essentially the operations, maintenance, and kind of strategic management of the road network. One of them is Energy, Fleet, and Facilities. Hopefully that's self-evident what that is. One of them is Hamilton Water. One of them is Environmental Services, which is forestry, horticulture, cemeteries, parks, landscape architecture, design. I did create on a temporary basis, a separate and distinct division dedicated to waste management. And then I did have a very small strategic division that was my quality management folks. So actually there was 8 divisions by the time I left the city in Public Works. So it was a very, very broad portfolio, very complex portfolio. My way of portraying it to people who I would explain it to who didn't know, I said it, pretty much anybody who wears orange for the city of Hamilton is in Public Works. And, our tagline was that we provided the services that bring the city to life. And we really did everything from obviously transit, waste collection, drinking water, snow plowing, parks, all of those things that people see and interact with and are fundamental to the quality of life that the residents enjoy, are operated and maintained by Public Works.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to slow down again.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Following from that, so that's I think a fairly comprehensive sense of the portfolio that was underneath you. How much of your time was spent directly related to the management of Public Works through your directors?
So I guess I would describe it this way. As the general manager of a department, and this is probably not unique to Public Works, not only are you kind of the parental figure to your own department, you're also a sibling on SLT, on the senior management team for the city of Hamilton. And I remember Chris Murray saying to me when he offered me the job that his expectation was that I would dedicate 50% of my time to SLT and 50% of my time to Public Works. I remember when I first heard that, almost recoiling a little bit. I don't think I had appreciated that Chris was expecting that much of my time to be dedicated to I'll say the corporate team. But I learned fairly quickly that was just the reality of it. In order to assist the city manager in managing the city and doing things like setting up policy and that kind of thing, it does require a pretty significant amount of your time. So recognizing that 50% of my time was going to be available to run the department, which is a huge complex project or department, my role was to interpret strategic policy from the corporate management team. It was to help and assist and support the directors in the development of their strategic plans, and to be that link between kind of the corporate voice and the needs and the voice of each of the divisions within Public Works. I mentioned earlier that when I came to the role as general manager, I brought with me some aspirations of what I thought the department needed based on my experience in it. And so for that period of time that I had some latitude over, I was really focused on quality management. I was focused on leadership development. I was focused on some of the key elements of quality management around continuous improvement, document management and control, roles and responsibilities, and risk management. So to the extent possible where I had latitude, those were the things that I was trying to bring to Public Works so that we had some consistency and some discipline across all of the divisions, because it became evident to me fairly quickly that each of the divisions did things in their own way. And, it's probably a natural consequence of a big corporation, but I thought there was areas where there should be much more consistency across the department.
Thank you. We will come back to that last point. Before we do, in terms of the 50% of your time that was directed towards the management of Public Works, how did you have practices to keep up to date on the operations of the divisions that were underneath the general manager?
So there was a couple of tactics that I employed. One was something that I had done for many years in my older roles. We had what we called quality times. And so on a monthly basis, I had dedicated 1 or 2 hour meetings with each of the directors. And on a monthly basis, they would meet with me. They would provide updates on any issues that they had, whether it might be a council report that might end up being controversial, or elicit some kind of response from council or the community. They would update me on master plans that they were engaging in. They might make me aware of any emerging issues that were coming to the fore that might need their attention and might end up needing to engage me on. But it was the breadth and the complexity of the Public Works Department. Really, it meant that, I was there as a sounding board. I was there for support, but I didn't and couldn't provide any what I'll call technical advice or expertise to any of the divisions, because it's such a wide variety of skill sets and expertise that no one person could ever have it. Because I grew up in Hamilton Water, I obviously could speak their language and I had some expertise there, but really it was from a leadership strategic perspective that I interacted with these folks, and I really didn't get any, I kind of flew at 50,000 feet. I would say the directors flew at 30,000 feet. They ran their divisions with their teams, and but I tried to be as helpful and supportive as I could.
Thank you. Do you recall when you took on the general manager role, what transition process you engaged in to ensure that you were up to date on the workings of the department?
Yeah. Well, a few things. There was a few practices that I had engaged in, and I probably observed in other places in the organization. One of the primary benefits I had when I became the general manager was the fact that John was in the acting role, and that he remained in that AGM role for about a year. That was tremendously helpful for me to have him there, because he had already had a beat. He was in the role for 9 months prior to me becoming the GM, and John had long history in the department. So I had tremendous luxury having John there. As part of that, we did have a practice of creating what we would call tech memos or briefing notes. And so each director had prepared briefing notes on what were the kind of high priority issues or initiatives that were going on in their divisions. That use of briefing notes was somewhat customary across the city, I think. I know we'd used them before in Hamilton Water, and I've seen them around. So that's very helpful, because those are the types of things I could have brought home with me in the evening and had a quick read just to make myself aware of the types of issues that were out there. And then it's usual or customary for somebody who's in a new position to spend a lot of time with their direct reports, which I did. In the earlier days, my quality times were much longer, and I had spent much more time with the individual directors. Some of that included going with them and spending an afternoon and driving around to the particular yards, just so that we could have some, I'll call it more casual conversation about what's going on. Most of the directors I already had a relationship with, because they were my peers on DLT. So that made it easier for me. I think the fact that I was an internal candidate made the transition that much easier, because I was very familiar with all of the corporate practices and the corporate contacts that I might need. So I would say I felt pretty well supported through that process.
You mentioned that you had been colleagues with some of your directors when you were on DLT, so you knew them. That's the department leadership team, is that right?
Correct.
Is it also called department management team, or is that a different thing?
Yeah, there was a time when we went from the word management to leadership, and I think it was kind of symbolic, because we wanted senior folks to get out of this notion that they need to manage everything and they need to become better leaders. And so we tried to use that in the vernacular to try to perpetuate the idea of leadership as opposed to just managers.
Sure. So you were an attendee at DLT meetings before, when you were in your role in the water department?
Correct.
And then you continued the practice of DLT meetings when you became general manager?
Yes.
And how frequently did you meet with DLT?
It changed a couple times. I think when I started, they were working at a weekly on a weekly basis. At some point, it became obvious that that wasn't providing the best value for the people around the table. It was distracting the directors from their work. And so I can't recall when, but at some point I changed the frequency to twice a month.
Prior to you becoming general manager in 2015, council directed the city manager to review the size and scope of the Public Works Department. Do you recall knowing about that when you were in the water department?
I did, yes.
Registrar, could you bring up OD2, page 12, please? And if you could bring up 13 as well, please. Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Before we go further, so I want to make sure that you can see both the pages and also the windows.
I believe I can.
Great. Our registrar can call out excerpts of these documents. And so if I fail to do that and you need them to be blown up so that you can read them, just let me know.
Will do.
So you'll see at the bottom of page 12 at paragraph 28, there's this reference to the direction from City Council that I just mentioned, and you'll see at the top of 13, the question that was to be answered is Public Works Department too large? And the staff retained Core International to deal with that. And this is just background. At paragraph 29, you'll see in May of 2016, GIC received a report that summarized Core's initial views. And it appears that Core concluded, and Registrar, could you pull out 29 actually? That there was no data to suggest the general manager role needed to be split into two roles. Were you aware in 2015 and 2016 that was on the table as a potential outcome?
I believe I was, yes.
The staff report recommended city manager implement improvement opportunities to address various groups. And again, just for clarity, were you involved with the work of Core in 2015 and 2016 when you were in the water department?
I don't recall. I may have sat for one interview with Core. I have a vague memory of that, but if I was involved, it was just to the extent of a single interview, I believe.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can call up image 13 and 14 now. So that report that went to GIC was before you moved into the general manager role. But then in March of 2017, the Public Works Committee received an update to that last report. And that report was submitted by you. I'm going to pull up that report and ask you some questions about it. It is HAM 61797. Thank you. So just in terms of the time, am I right that you inherited this project that was started in 2015, worked on in 2016, and then you brought this report to the Public Works Committee in March of 2017. So in your first couple of quarters as general manager?
You are correct.
And how involved were you in the in the work of CORE or the work that followed from CORE's recommendations that in order to get to this report in March of 2017?
I was deeply involved. I don't know how many hours, how many evenings, how many pizzas this took to get this report finished.
So you had said earlier in your evidence that you came to the general manager role wanting to adopt continuous improvement and other matters of quality management, I think was the term that you used. And so was this a nice coincidence that you had this opportunity to dive into this project when you started in the general manager role?
Yeah, extraordinary opportunity for me to work as closely with CORE as I did and learn the kind of the theories that they use for this type of work. What emerged pretty quickly in the early conversations was that organizational design criteria is something that we should spend a lot of time on, because even though this, the results of this work may or may not compel us to recommend an organizational change, looking at your organization on a regular basis with a continuous improvement lens and using good organizational design criteria, I think it was a really healthy way to make sure that on an ongoing basis, you were reviewing your structure to ensure that you were getting best value, that your span of control was appropriate, that the amount of work for crossover managers was appropriate, that you were grouping work the way that you should. And so, this was our, for lack of a better way to describe it, this was our Bible that we would use every year on a regular basis to determine whether or not any tweaking had to occur in the organizational structure. Having said that, my observations over the years was that, we did lots of restructuring in the organization, and it's very disruptive. And so I didn't want to be the next guy who was going to come in and just do a bunch of disruptive changes. And so I wanted to make sure all the staff understood what this criteria was, so that when I did make a change, if we felt we needed to make a change, we could explain it, that we were being consistent and that we were following a kind of a set of theories and guideline to keep doing things in the same manner for the right reasons.
Thank you. And that sounds like very positive developments. Is it fair to say that CORE had found some inefficiencies that needed to be remedied, in addition to trying to enhance the organizational structure?
Yeah, I think so. Some of the bullets there about optimizing human capital and then this notion of who's the crossover manager when there's a conflict between two operating groups. And if it's too low, it's a problem. If that crossover manager is too high, it's a problem. And, the way that we were set up, sometimes simple conflicts, the referee in that issue might be the city manager, which wasn't appropriate. It should have been with me or even below me. And so those were the types of I'll say theories that we were working with to try to find a more efficient and effective way to organize ourselves.
Were those theories that you were working with, or did you have some examples, or pardon me, were they hypotheticals that you were working with, or did you have some examples of as you suggest, I'll take your example, who was dealing with simple conflicts might not be not being the appropriate level of person?
Well, I think one of the examples is probably relevant to the inquiry. And so you have engineering under one director, you had roads operations under another director, and then you had traffic safety and traffic operations under another director who reported to a senior director. So those roles and responsibilities were dispersed across a number of different divisions. And so that's likely going to make it more difficult to be coordinated and cohesive and efficient and effective.
And had CORE or you concluded that there was a need for increased teamwork across the various divisions in public works? Not specific to the Red Hill, just I'm asking as a general question.
Yeah, as a general theme, I don't think we identified it as problematic kind of department-wide, but in any organization this size, you're going to have situations where there's probably improvements that need to be made. from a coordination and effectiveness perspective. And so when you, for the lack of a better way to describe this, when you layer these criteria over the organization and you kind of look through it, that is what compelled us to make some of the changes. And then that's why the traffic, the transportation folks ended up coming back together with roads.
Coming back to the general manager role and in those first few months where you're finding your feet in that role, did you note that, or did you hear from your directors that there were concerns about a lack of collaboration as between the traffic operations and engineering, traffic planning, and engineering services?
I'm not sure that I heard, a chorus of complaints about that particular issue. It's been in this business a long time, and I know that sometimes groups don't get along, and I know that my experience in Hamilton Water, we delivered a lot of capital, and I know that the capital delivery guys, they engage with the operations and maintenance guys when they're establishing scope and doing capital projects. And I know that the operations folks often are asking for, I'll say they're asking for the moon, and the unfortunate capital delivery guys are having to work within a budget. So I know that there's ongoing tension between any capital delivery group and the operations group that they support. It's been my experience through my whole career that tension always exists because there's, there is that dynamic between the two groups. But I don't think I heard anything that made me or compelled me to feel like I had a real fire burning anywhere.
In respect of the Red Hill in particular, in these early months, either just as you're finding your feet as director or, general manager, or in the context of the preparation of this organizational restructuring, did anyone tell you that the Red Hill was one area where engineering services and those in traffic were not working as cooperatively as they could?
In the early months, I don't recall any conversations about the Red Hill. I think I was distracted by all manner of other things, and my focus was really on the organization, and I don't recall spending any amount of time on what I would call technical or operational issues.
Okay. And was that during that period of time, was that a role that Mr. Mader was filling for you?
Yeah, he was, for lack of a better way to describe it, John was in that role, sometimes helping deal with some of the noise that was headed towards my office. So John likely was dealing with any of those complaints if indeed they were coming up. And again, John would already be familiar with those because of his previous role.
During the course of your tenure as general manager, and recognizing this may be a difficult answer to provide, did you receive positive feedback about this new structure and the new structures that you rolled out subsequently?
I think I received both. I don't think you make these changes and everybody's all applauding. Change is difficult for people. We had been trained in something called ADCAR at the city years ago around change management. The whole idea is that it's around awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and then an ability to respond and reply. With that in mind, it had been my observations over my previous career that when there was organizational changes, they often weren't well explained to people. And my general belief is that when you explain people why you're doing what you're doing, your acceptance level is going to rise significantly. And so, again, at the risk of repeating myself, the idea of having an organizational design criteria, sticking to it, believing in it, and disseminating that across the groups who are experiencing the change, I think that that went a long way to helping people understand why we were making changes. But I don't have a specific memory of people complaining about it, but I have no doubt some did.
Registrar, you can close this. So recognizing that you were quite busy with finding your place within Public Works as general manager, and with this organizational project that you inherited and seem passionate about, what information, if any, did you receive about the Red Hill in the first, let's say, the first 6 months of your tenure as general manager? And maybe I made that might not have been so specific, but what information in terms of briefings or updates or a sense of that asset?
I don't have any recollection of anything kind of sticking out as the Red Hill being anything that needed my attention, or beyond what I already knew about the Red Hill. It's a really important artery through the city of Hamilton, but I have no memory of anybody bringing my attention to anything in that first year.
Okay. Were you aware prior to taking on the role of general manager that councillors had received public complaints about the safety of the Red Hill?
I had become aware of speeding and driver behavior on the Red Hill while I was still in Hamilton Water. I think I became aware of that through news reports, the evening news, local media. I attended Public Works Committee on a regular basis, so I may have heard councillors raise the issues around that. Maybe a bit hesitant to admit this, but when I was in Public Works meeting, if they weren't talking about a water issue, I was probably looking through emails and doing that. But so I did have this sense that the Red Hill was experiencing driver behavior that was inappropriate. People driving 150, 170 kilometers an hour down there. And so I think I came to the general manager's office with this preconceived notion that the Red Hill was for some reason, people were driving, their driver behavior on the Red Hill for some reason was just inordinate.
So I'm going to turn now to February of 2017. Registrar, could you bring up OD7, page 167, please? And if you can call out 494, the paragraph and the first 3 paragraphs of the excerpted text. Yeah, just a little bit more. Perfect. Thank you, Registrar. So we're in February of 2017. You've been in the role for some time. And in that month, there was an accident on the Red Hill, which resulted in a lot of media inquiries. Quite a significant accident. And as well, around this time, there was also some accidents on the link one of which resulted in a fatality. Do you have a general recollection of there being significant accidents on the Red Hill around this period of time?
I don't.
Is this the kind of issue, media scrutiny, for example, that in 2017, at least at this early point in 2017, that you would have left primarily to Mr. Mader, or were you directly involved?
No, I wouldn't be directly involved in this, and I'm not sure if it would have been John that I would have expected to deal with it, maybe because of his background. I'm sorry to back up here, but when I think about the core work and the decision that council made to keep Public Works as a single department, that sent a very clear message to me about the altitude that they wanted the general manager to work at. At the risk of repeating myself, it's a immense department. I know that you've heard evidence from Marco Odie and Martin White. Marco and Martin were both managers. And just for context, there was 34 managers in public works. So when it came to an issue like this, I would be relying on probably the staff and transportation to manage it, so that at the time in 2017, I'm guessing that would have been Betty or Martin to respond to this and to do whatever they felt they needed to do with respect to answering questions in the media. If they felt that there was a report that needed to come to council, a capital project that needed to be developed, operational things that they needed to do, that would be completely, they'd have complete authority and accountability to do that on their own. If they were to make me aware of it, that would be helpful, but there was no need for them to come to me for approval or anything like that.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 169, please? And call out 498, please. So this is a little bit later. This is by August, but just as this is as an example, the collisions in 2017 began to result in not only media scrutiny, but also individuals who wanted to come and through delegation requests speak to the Public Works Committee about their family members who had been involved in fatal accidents or other issues around safety on the Red Hill. And in particular, in this time, as you'll see in the underlying email from Ms. Leduc to you and others, they're asking for barriers to be installed. So certainly recognizing the altitude at which you are working. Is this, or was this kind of level of public interest something that rose to your level, or still something that you would rely on your directors and managers to deal with?
So I vaguely remember these delegations. The responding to all the questions that would arise from these delegations would continue to reside with Martin White, possibly Dave Ferguson and Betty. The experts within the division would respond to any questions that emerged from this. If council had have asked us whether or not there was something that staff felt they needed to do, it would be Betty and that team who would be responsible for developing whatever countermeasures might be required. I would obviously need to be aware of it. One of the, I'll call it uncomfortable roles or responsibilities that I had as general manager was I couldn't be a technical expert in everything, but I had to try to have some kind of a bead on certain issues that might arise in the public. And the reason for that is often I would be the only person who would be attending a council meeting. And so if there was a report or an information or a recommendation report that emanated from this delegation and I was in council, I might have to answer to it. So I did need to keep a bead on things at a high level. In a perfect world, all the technical questions will be asked of the technical staff in the committee meeting, the Public Works Committee, where all my technical experts attend. But there is this opportunity for councillors to ask questions in council when I don't have that backup. So I always did try to at least have a Coles Notes version of any particular issue so that I could at least give something to the councillors if indeed they asked me a question at council.
Were issues that dealt with the deaths of citizens on the Red Hill the kind of topic that you would really want to have, I think using your language, having sort of a bead on or having Coles Notes about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the public interest in it and the fact that there was a loss of life. I mean, one of the priorities for Public Works is protecting public health. That's the number one priority that we have. So yeah, to that extent, but I think at the time I was trying to reconcile people die on highways. It's unfortunate. It's often attributable to driver behavior in one form or the other. And, so I think at the time, I was trying to understand, is this an unusual a number of accidents or deaths? But I was leaving it to the experts to They would be the ones who would know whether or not whether there was outliers in the numbers, or whether the frequency of this was something that should compel us to act.
Recognizing that you want to keep the technical expertise with the technical experts, at this time, were you knowledgeable about the past discussions on the possibility of adding median barriers to the link in the Red Hill?
I'm certain that I heard that discussion at committee meeting. I believe it was also discussed at a staff level, because, and I can't remember where the specific comments, but I know that when the issue of median barriers come up, and I learned this from Gary, is that if you're going to put in median barriers, you have to install some kind of storm collection system in the barrier, because you have it's a grass median right now, and so it ends up being a pretty expensive exercise. The same held true for lighting. And so I know that lighting and median barriers were discussed a number of times. And, I essentially learned from Gary that they may seem straightforward, but there's probably an EA involved, and there's a whole bunch of ancillary work that would be required that would really drive the budget up.
Those discussions with Gary, I presume you mean Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Those discussions with Mr. Moore, were those while you were in the role of senior director in water?
No, I would have learned that after I became the GM.
Okay. And can you identify when in your tenure as GM you had those discussions with Mr. Moore?
I can't. I suspect a review of my calendar would identify that I attended anywhere from 10 to 20 meetings every week for 10 years. So, there's things I know where I learned them or who I learned them from. Sometimes it's very difficult to pinpoint, but I do recall discussions about the barriers, the lighting, the stormwater system that would have to be installed in order to put in barriers, and just how much work that was.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down? Just on that point, recognizing you may not be able to pinpoint an exact date, in terms of those discussions with Mr. Moore, were they happening prior to Mr. Moore's retirement?
Yeah, that conversation that I alluded to would have occurred at some point between when I became the GM and when Gary left. So that.
Okay, so that narrows it down a little bit.
Year and a half, I guess. Year and a half, approximately. Yeah.
Do you recall if those discussions were related to media or public interest in the potential to install barriers?
To the best of my memory, I thought it related to the conversations that were happening at committee.
Okay. And the conversations were about whether to install median barriers or not?
Correct.
The issue of median barriers before you became GM had gone to Public Works Committee and were connected with the potential to widen the link in the Red Hill. Was that something that you were familiar with? At least conceptually, that there was some discussion about the potential to widen those parkways?
Again, it sounds familiar. I wouldn't have been deeply involved in a discussion like that, but it sounds somewhat familiar.
In 2017, Mr. Mader testified that he had involvement in or oversight over the assessment of the transportation master plan. Was that something that you left to Mr. Mader?
I did. And when I became aware that council had directed that the transportation planning group be moved over to planning and ECDEV, the general manager in planning asked me not to complete the transportation master plan and just so when the transfer of those staff and those responsibilities went over to planning, that they'd be allowed to finish it off so that they wouldn't inherit something that was done by somebody else that they now had to fulfill. So I agreed to that. So the TMP actually was completed once it was over in planning and ECDEV. And
the TMP it's a transportation planning document?
Transportation master plan, correct.
And so it would, or did it, to your knowledge, deal with traffic volumes and assessments about whether widening various roads or would make sense?
I don't think the TMP would have got to that granular level. I could be wrong, but it was more of a policy document in many respects. I think it created kind of typologies of streets depending on the nature of the street. I don't think it would have got to the discrete level of what does the Red Hill specifically need.
Okay.
That would probably be a study on its own.
Registrar, could you go to the prior page, 168, please? And if you could call out 495. This is an email from Mr. Ferguson about media discussions around the median barriers, and it's to you, and he copied Mr. Mader and Mr. White. He says, and just in case something comes up at council, and he says he got off the phone with Collins and Connolly asking questions about barriers. I believe they also spoke to Gary. So just on that point, and not so much on the issue of the barriers particularly, but your expectations around how traffic engineering and operations staff would update you. Was this the kind of information that you expected your staff to raise with you? That is, discussions with councillors?
Yeah, I had a practice with the directors that if there was an emerging issue or if there was something that might come up at council or a councillor might ask me a question, the directors generally would know because of their interaction with the councillors to give me a heads up on it. So sometimes I could be provided speaking notes, and based on my kind of cursory understanding of it, I was able to answer questions. Sometimes I would read a briefing note like this, and I might say, okay, Dave, you're coming to council with me today, just because I would be worried that I wouldn't be able to manage the answer properly because I just didn't have the knowledge or the understanding. So there was never a one size fits all, but this looks like the type of document I got on a regular basis from different staff to try to keep me involved to the extent that they didn't want to see me get cornered with a question at council and then have nothing in front of me.
Registrar, can you close the call out and bring out 496 and 497, please? So following from this is actually a delegation request email, not the email we were just looking at. This gets to Mr. Mader. Mr. Wunderlich forwards this email, writing FY, according to Gary, this is a traffic issue. And then Mr. Mader replied, adding White to the exchange, according to Gary, everything is a traffic issue. So recognizing that's just a little snippet of discussions between your staff on which you are not copied, had you received information from traffic engineering and operations that they had issues with Mr. Moore in relation to countermeasures on the Red Hill or the link?
I don't recall anything specific like that, no.
Do you recall having any more general discussions with Mr. Mader or Mr. White about the relationship between what things were traffic issues and what things fell within the scope of engineering services as it related to the parkways?
Not at that point, I didn't know.
Okay.
I don't believe anybody had kind of raised a white flag with me.
Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go to page 150, please? And if you can pull out 454 to 456. So this is for context, Mr. McKinnon. In January of 2017, Mr. Ferguson reached out to Mr. Moore and other staff in engineering services and said he was following up on plans for the RHVP, and that Mr. Moore had mentioned the year prior that he was planning to repave the RHVP, and that as a result, traffic engineering should hold off doing some installations so that you could coordinate the installation of reflective markers when the repaving was happening. That's the sort of context for these emails. And Mr. Moore says, yes, we have to get on it. And Mr. Andoga says, yes, we're going to start completing strips in 2017 for a project/program to resurface the needs. This will be reflected in the 2018 budget. So just with that context of some discussions amongst staff, were you aware in early 2017 that engineering services was considering resurfacing the Red Hill either in 2017 or 2018?
No, I would, at the risk of sounding cavalier, I would characterize this as the sausage making that goes on without me knowing about it. So,
fair enough. In terms of capital budget issues, a program like this with a significant price tag, when in the process would you expect your staff to raise the consideration of implementing such a program with you?
So the development of the capital budget on an annual basis kind of starts in around June, but it really starts to get real in around the middle of September. And Gary and Pat McNabb and his team, they would produce kind of what they thought was the 11th hour draft in a document that I could look through. That document could have hundreds and hundreds of lines in it as far as discrete capital projects. So typically I would start to become aware of what the capital budget, the contours of the capital budget look like in the early fall. I do have a memory about this particular project, and it was actually with Mike Zagaric. And Mike, we're probably in another meeting somewhere, and Mike said, hey, there's a project got put into the capital budget that wasn't there last year, and it's pretty significant money. He says, do you know about it? And I didn't at that point. And it was this project. And so I recall coming back and going through that book. And then I think I ultimately spoke to Gary and said, okay, what's the deal on this project? Like, what's the background on it? And the reason I think it stood out was Gary had always advocated for what I will call a runway. And what I mean by that is if you had an idea around a capital budget and you developed a capital budget sheet, if it was the fall of 2017 that you were putting it in for the first time and it had never appeared in the forecast, you were probably going to put it in for 2020, maybe 2019. And there's a number of reasons for that. Primarily, you might need studies, you might need to do an environmental assessment, there might be utilities that have to be cleared out of the corridor. And then you had to get the design done once the capital budget was approved. So there's a distinction between the one-year capital budget that gets approved every year versus the 3-year forecast. And so my recollection is Gary put this in the fall of 2017, and he was going to do it in 2018. And so that would have caught people's attention. Unfortunately, it didn't catch mine early enough, but not only at the staff level, but there's a number of councillors who watch that forecast too, because they have their projects that they can see moving closer to the current year, and to see one jump in, I'll call it jumping the queue like that. It wasn't normal, and it really was not consistent with kind of the way Gary had always preached to put projects into the budget.
Okay.
I do know there was some money that apparently came available that he felt made the project possible. And so I believe that was his rationale for doing it.
So that recollection that you have in the fall of 2017, Mr. Moore putting a item line for resurfacing into the 2018 operating budget, if I got that right?
Capital budget.
Capital budget. Thank you. Sorry.
Right.
And it being line item that you would have approved the budget, but you might not have noted that particular item line. Is that until it went to council? Is that?
Yeah, and I don't think there was a kind of an approval process on my part. The budget's on the tax levy capital budget. It's immense. It's everything from resurfacing the Red Hill Parkway to installing a splash pad in Ward 3 to building a flower island in Ward 7 and a hockey rink out in Ward 14. So it's a very wide, very complex, large capital budget. I just wouldn't know enough about any of the individual projects to have an opinion one way or the other, but I did want to be familiar with it so that I could see if there was trends and that kind of thing, and that I could speak to it with some level of knowledge.
Thank you. So when I said approval before, is it fair to say that you would have been the person to submit the budget for Public Works?
No,
even if
actually,
not approving individual items on it.
Yeah, and I wasn't even involved in the submission of it. I mean, I'll characterize it as the sausage making. All of the divisions that deliver capital on the tax levy side create their own capital budgets. They all create their own forecasts. It gets fed into one master list that was managed by one of Gary's staff, Pat McNabb. She was the keeper of the lists, and then it evolves year over year over year. That information, Gary and the team working with Mike Zagarik's team in finance, it then gets moved over there. I have very little involvement in it, only to the extent that, if I looked at it and I had questions about it, I might go to my staff and say, well, what is this? Or, why is this project being moved forward, or that kind of thing. But beyond that, I really didn't have much involvement in it.
But in this particular circumstance, you did get some questions about the item for resurfacing, and you were not aware of it, and you had to go back and talk to Mr. Moore. Is that right?
So I did ask Gary about it, looked for his explanation as to why it was being done the next year, kind of where the money came from. Gary gave me the explanation. I may have actually circled back with Mike to explain it, but ultimately that remained in the budget, and as far as I can recall, it got approved.
So can you narrow down the time frame in which those discussions would have happened, knowing what you know about the budget cycle?
So the story, if you will, that I just gave you probably happened over a period of a couple of weeks, likely in September or maybe October.
Of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to page 172 of OD7, please. And if you can call it 507, please. So, Mr. McKinnon, this is just to orient you to a document I'm going to take you to. In March of 2017, Mr. Cooper, who was a project manager in traffic engineering and operations, emailed Mr. Ferguson, David Ferguson, who is a superintendent. Do you know both Mr. Cooper and Mr. Ferguson?
I know Mr. Ferguson. I'm a little embarrassed to say I can't picture Mr. Cooper.
Okay. They were emailing because because Mr. Cooper was preparing an information update in respect of the Red Hill and the link, and Mr. Cooper provided 2 documents for Mr. Ferguson's review. So I'm going to assume from your earlier evidence that this would have been very much below your radar as a project manager and superintendent are working on drafts. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to HAM 25870, please? Thank you. And Registrar, could you call out from the top half of the left-hand side, please? Actually, can you go a little bit, sorry, Registrar, can you go a little bit further? You can go down, include the appendices. Yeah, so start there, that's perfect. And go down, and then the copy to, that's a little bit further, just so you can catch Dan McKinnon's name. Perfect, thank you. Excellent. How's that in terms of font size, Mr. McKinnon? Okay to see?
Perfect.
Great. So this is an information update, and it is submitted to the mayor and members of council, so not to Public Works. It references the wards that are affected, and it is in respect of the Link and the Red Hill safety improvements, referencing an earlier staff report that had been filed. It says at the Public Works Committee meeting, staff were requested to provide an update about short-term safety improvements on the Link and the Red Hill as approved by council at the December 9th, 2015 meeting. So just stopping there, do you have a recollection of attending the December 9th, 2015 meeting?
I don't. I suspect I was there, but I don't remember the meeting.
Sure. So recognizing you may have attended many meetings, Public Works Committee, and recognizing in 2015 you were in water. So as you said, you might have been in your emails if it wasn't about a water issue. Is that if you did attend?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of attending a Public Works Committee meeting in which safety improvements on the Link and the Red Hill were raised with Public Works?
Prior to becoming GM?
Yeah.
Not that I recall. It's entirely possible, but I don't recall it.
Fair enough. So this is an update to those safety improvements. By March of 2017, had any of your staff provided you with a backgrounder, orally or otherwise, about safety improvements on the Link and the Red Hill over time?
I feel like this is the conversation that John had with me, saying that there had been a bunch of outstanding business list items, kind of discrete and disparate from one another. And many of them were being worked on and scheduled and whatnot. And in order to come back to council, rather than have 12 or 15 reports, he wanted to consolidate it and all in one report. So I'm interpreting from what I'm seeing on the screen that this is the same thing.
Okay. We do know that you attended a presentation with a number of people in May of 2017, and we'll get to that in a moment. Does that accord generally, this conversation you had with Mr. Mader was sometime in the spring of 2017?
I believe so.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you open up Appendix A? So would you have reviewed this information report before it was submitted to the mayor and members of council?
So I'm just twigging to the vernacular here. This says information update, which is not a report. This is something that Martin would not have to push through clerks. He could have just sent this from his desk, and it was a mechanism that we used as staff to try to get information out to council quickly without going through the kind of the regulatory regime of a formal report.
Thank you for that clarification. Would you have read this information update before it was pushed out to the mayor and members of council?
I may have read it, not for the purposes of approving it, but I may have read it out of just an interest to see what's going to council.
Okay. Let's contrast an information update with an information report. The inquiry has heard some evidence that over time, the general manager used to sign off on information reports or recommendation reports, and that had at some point moved to more staff below the general manager doing that. What's your recollection of how you handled information reports that were going to be submitted to council?
Yeah, I think what you just described is consistent with my experience. I think that change happened before I became the general manager. And again, it's consistent with this idea that based on the organizational structure and design, the expectation of the general managers is not to be in the weeds and to not be technical experts. And so I recall that change happening when I was the head of Hamilton Water. And so that practice continued when I was the general manager, that the directors would sign the reports and the authors, who were generally below the directors, their names would be put on them as the author. And so notwithstanding that, all reports would still come, all reports to council, either information reports or recommendation reports, would arrive at my desk for a review before it was sent to clerks. And the types of things that I would be looking for often would be, somewhat grammatical, but I would look at it from, my approach was I wanted to look at it from a layperson's perspective to make sure that it was going to be readable for council. I was trying to imply some consistency across public works. And as an example of that, we had a guide document that would articulate what the expectation was as far as each of the sections of the report. You have an executive summary, you have recommendations, you have analysis, you have background, you have relevant consultation. One of my early observations was the guide said that the executive summary should be no more than 2 paragraphs. I often received reports where the executive summary was 2 and 3 pages. So it was my role, in order to try to instill some discipline and consistency, I would send those reports back and say, how come this isn't done in 2 paragraphs? Often I would see in that similar example where everything that was in the executive summary would be repeated in the history. And so it may sound like I was being a little nitpicky, but the reality is I had heard from council before, we make reports hard to read. And I think there might have been a prevailing thought on the part of some of the councillors that was deliberate so they wouldn't read it. And that wasn't the case, but so that's what I saw as my role. Is this reading properly? Sometimes staff would write something that didn't actually say what they intended to say, just because writing is not easy. So that was the role that I played, was to say, are you following the guideline? Is this making sense to me as somebody who's maybe not familiar with the issue? Are we being efficient and concise with the language? Are you actually being clear on what you're asking for? That was the role that I played, because often directors don't see reports that are coming from other divisions. I could see them all, and that was one of the things that I took on, was I wanted to elevate the quality of our reports. I wanted to make sure that we were being consistent. And, out of a sense of empathy for council, I wanted to make sure that they could get the information they need to make the decision, be concise, be efficient, and get it up front.
Thank you. So when you say the reports that were going to council, are you being precise in only reports that were actually going to council, or does that also include reports that would go to a standing committee like the Public Works Committee?
Yeah, and forgive me, all reports go to committee first.
Okay.
Nothing gets to council. Generally speaking, nothing gets to council unless it's already gone through a committee. So they're all committee reports, for the sake of my previous statement.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yep.
So you gave that helpful answer in respect of my question was about information reports. Did you have a different lens when you were dealing with recommendation reports and review of those?
A different lens. In recommendation reports, often we're seeking council approval for either a new policy, a change in policy. It was, you might have been looking for approval of a budget, either an operating or a capital budget. You might have been looking for approval of a master plan. On those type of reports, I would probably look at the tracking sheet. And so the tracking sheet was a separate document that would write along with the report to my office, and it would inform me as to who had been consulted on the report. So for example, if there was a budget request on the tracking sheet, I would need to see that either Ashley Bono, who was my manager of finance, or somebody over in capital budgets had reviewed the report and agreed with what was being said there. We wanted to make sure that our staff weren't asking for things from a budget perspective that central financing wasn't in agreement with. So I would do that check. Really, I was relying on the directors to do that. That only took a few seconds for me to do that. So that was one of the things that I would do. But as far as the kind of the content and the material nature of the report, I was just reading it again from a readability perspective.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close that call out, and can you bring up the next image, please? So if you could, yeah, thank you. That's perfect. So again, Mr. McKinnon, recognizing that you're in the weeds, but that you don't want to be in the weeds on this sort of report. This report, we were just looking at Appendix A, which is short-term countermeasures that Mr. White was reporting on. And they had a various timelines for completion, those sorts of things. And then this is the medium and long-term safety improvements. And that distinction between medium and long-term versus short-term was something that came out in the 2015 SEMA report and the staff report. So that's been moved over to this update. And so here it says conduct pavement friction testing, and the status is completed. And then there are sheetrock cuts, which are to be reviewed by engineering services. And then there are a few long-term options, either to be completed by resurfacing for shoulder rumble strips, or to be reviewed and considered during resurfacing or reviewed by engineering services. So a few questions on this document. First, did you expect that your staff would provide reports that were checked for accuracy in terms of the factual information contained in them?
Absolutely.
And where there were various divisions within Public Works who might be responsible. So for example, here where you see that Mr. White is submitting this document, but it's referencing the work of engineering services. Would you expect that there would be communications and collaborations between the departments?
Of course.
And were there written policies under your watch that ensured that there would be that kind of cooperation?
So I am a big champion of policy and procedure. I don't know how you'd write a policy like that. I mean, there's a certain expectation about professionals that if they're going to sign off on something, that they're the ones who have validated it and they've worked together. And so, if it's problematic, I don't think you can solve it by policy. I think you solve it by culture and roles and responsibility.
Was that an area that you identified needed a cultural shift?
I'm not sure if I would use the term culture, but as time went on and as we were undertaking a number of initiatives from a quality management perspective, I did see some weaknesses in the roles and responsibility being clear to staff. And one of the things to help resolve that was when I put roads and traffic together, so that they were together. They were under one. So there was no crossover manager. It was one director who was responsible for it. It was a division that had a very kind of similar skill set. They made sense to be together. So when it comes to roles and responsibilities, you have a few different ways of ensuring that you're not carrying unnecessary risk. One is to have an organizational structure that is appropriate and all the right people are together. Another one is to have very clear job descriptions. Another one is to have, when you undertake a project, to have a very clear charters with roles and responsibilities articulated in the charters. But when it is necessary to work across divisions, these folks are all professionals. And if there's a problem, first of all, I expect them to sort it out. But if it doesn't, they should escalate it.
And when you say they should escalate it, if it's between divisions, that escalation would be to you. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, so when you say divisions, so if it's between two directors, if two directors aren't getting along, they should be coming to me. But if it's staff within each of the divisions, then those two directors should be sorting it out.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And you can close this document as well. Mr. McKinnon, it's about 5 minutes to 11, so I'm going to do a few more lines of questioning, and then just in case you're not aware of our break schedule, we'll be taking a break shortly.
Can I ask you a question? I've brought up, am I okay to make notes, or is that a...
If it's a blank pad, that's fine. You shouldn't have any notes in front of you. If you feel it would be helpful for you to jot down things as I'm asking questions, or just so you don't forget something, I don't have any issue with that. But of course, it's actually the commissioner who controls the process. So you may want to get that may be a question better directed to him.
Well, I don't have anything further to add at this point. If the notes assist you in answering the questions, by all means, make those notes. If they're for purposes of recollecting the questions, I'd suggest that that's probably unnecessary, Mr. McKinnon, because the hearings are being transcribed, and the video is available on the website, and there'll be a physical transcription as well for your benefit. That'll also be on the website.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you. The first note I've written is that break is at 11 o'clock.
Well, thank you for sharing that note with us.
And now I feel held to it. So I will try to get through the next line of questions in the next few minutes. Registrar, can you bring up OD7, page 180, please? Could you also bring up 181, and could you call out all of 523? So we're in we're in April of 2017. We were just looking at that information update that Mr. White sent in March. And in April, you receive an email from the mayor, copied to Mr. Murray. And it is, it was to you and to Mr. Murray. It was copied to members of council, and the subject line is Expressway. I'll just give you a minute to read that. Do you recall receiving this email from the mayor at the time?
I do.
He says that at first he notes that the lane markers are very faint on dry days and virtually invisible when it is raining. What you will have remembered when you received this email, but you may not remember now, is at least according to the mayor's testimony, there had been quite a significant rainstorm in just prior to him sending this email. So he says, virtually invisible when raining. The reflectors that have been installed in some locations do help, but many of them are missing or not reflecting. And he compares that to the bright and reflective lane markers on 400 series highways. And he says, I find myself searching and guessing where the lane markers are. I find it to be an unsafe condition and a hazard for all drivers that should be easily remedied. And then he says, my vision is very good. And then he ends by saying, I look forward to your answer and some immediate attention to this safety issue. So just stopping there, you said you do remember receiving this email.
I do.
Is part of the reason you remember receiving this email because it contains, some pretty significant, strong language about an unsafe condition from the mayor?
Yeah, both. One, because it's from the mayor. It wasn't customary for him to email me every day, and two, because of the issue that he was highlighting in it.
Were you personally a regular driver on the Red Hill?
I would say, yeah. Yep.
Had you experienced issues with faint line markings?
I don't recall that. No.
Were you aware of either from your personal driving experience or in your role as general manager that the city had installed reflective markers or cat's eyes on the Red Hill?
I have a memory of cat's eyes being there at some point, but it's kind of a vague memory.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and call out the next two paragraphs together, please? So you'll see later the same day, Councillor Jackson chimes in and agrees that it was horrendous trying to determine where the lane markings were. And then Mr. White responds the next day about the seasonal process of repainting lane markings and the collision countermeasures that had been addressed in 2015, including to install inlaid retro-reflective pavement markers. And then he says, we're going to install or reinstall inlaid pavement markers at the next repaving, the resurfacing that's coming up. And we're also going to paint the markers as we do every spring. So with that little summary, did you ask Mr. White to respond to Mayor Eisenberger's and Councillor Jackson's emails?
I don't recall a conversation with Martin, but I likely did. That's likely why he's writing back.
Is this the kind of technical information that you would rely on staff for?
Absolutely.
Did you feel satisfied by by Mr. White's response, given the pretty strong language that both the mayor and Councillor Jackson use in their emails?
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly aware of the issue. He's using his technical expertise to determine what's the best way to manage it. And he's making reference to, I think he made reference to an upcoming project where a different style of, unless I've misunderstood that, a different style of markings is going to be used.
Yes, that's right. The plastics marking, the durable material.
Yeah.
My question really was not about, were you satisfied with the way Mr. White responded? More, were you comfortable that repainting the lane markings and inlaying the pavement markers at resurfacing, that would be an appropriate and sufficient response to the concerns raised by the mayor and Councillor Jackson?
I think that's an example of kind of the technical piece of this that I wasn't necessarily qualified to have an opinion on.
Did these emails from the mayor and Councillor Jackson prompt you to inform yourself in more detail about the current status of the Red Hill and the Link as it related to safety issues?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Can you pinpoint with respect to these emails, if you spoke to Mr. Mader about the Red Hill and the Link and all of the various items that were being brought to council, was that before or after receiving these emails from the mayor, or the email from the mayor and the email from Councillor Jackson?
Yeah, I don't recall if it was before or after.
Okay. Do you recall if these emails prompted you to reach out to Mr. Mader to get more information?
I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close those down.
And maybe just as a follow-up, like Martin's responded to the mayor with an action plan. He CC'd John, who is our transportation guy. I wouldn't see that there was anything left for me to do here.
Commissioner, as I noted before, we take a break around 11. It's now 11:05.
11:05?
Sorry, it's 11:04.
That's fine. Let's take our 15-minute break. We'll return at 11:20.
Thank you. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. We're now going to talk about a meeting that you attended on May 1st, 2017. Registrar, can you bring up OD 7, page 178, please? Thank you. And Registrar, could you also bring up on the right-hand side, HAM 888? Thank you. So, Mr. McKinnon, this is on the left-hand side, the overview document that sets out that Mr. Mader circulated a calendar invitation for a meeting titled The Link RHBB Plan, scheduled for May 1st, and he attached an agenda, which we'll come to in a moment. On the right-hand side is the actual email calendar invitation that he sent, and you'll see that it was sent on March 27, 2017. So a fair bit in advance, and it is sent to you, to Mr. Moore, to Ms. Matthews-Malone, to Mr. White, Mr. Kirkpatrick, who, just stopping there, was Mr. Kirkpatrick in the transportation group?
Yes.
And was he involved in transportation planning in particular?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, it doesn't mean to be a memory test, but thank you for that. And Mr. Warren. Did you know Jason Warren from Traffic Engineering and Operations?
I believe I met Jason a couple times, but had not interacted with him very much.
Okay. So you'll see I just wanted to pull out this document itself because it is sent on March 27th. And we're going to get into the agenda, which is set out in part on the left-hand side. And there was a presentation about the background to the Red Hill and the Link and council direction in respect of the parkways. So with that context, the discussion that you said you had with Mr. Mader about bringing everything on the parkways together, would that have happened before March 27, 2017?
It's possible. I don't recall.
Okay. So maybe put differently, you don't recall whether this appointment for this calendar invitation was sent in response to that discussion that you had with Mr. Mader?
It likely was, but I just can't remember the specific date of the conversation.
Okay, that's fair. Registrar, you can close the right-hand side, and if you can bring up 179 as well. Thank you. Could you pull out the agenda items on at 518, please? Well, that's coming up, Mr. McKinnon. Do you? Registrar. Sorry. There's it follows on to the next page. Mr. McKinnon, do you recall directing Mr. Mader to set an appointment for you and the other invitees?
I don't recall. I mean, I would imagine a conversation like that would have been, well, let's get everybody together, set it up, and I would have left it with John, if that's what you mean by directing him.
In terms of that conversation, that you recall, did Mr. Mader express some frustration that there was a number of items that needed to be brought together?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking at the agenda, do you recall, did you set this agenda?
I don't believe so.
The metadata for the agenda document has N. Clark listed as the author. Is that your assistant?
N. Clark? No.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's Nancy Clark, who was the administrative assistant to, or a coordinator, sorry, when Jerry was there, but she retired prior to my becoming GM.
Okay. Did you discuss with Mr. Mader who should attend a meeting to talk about bringing together all of the items on the link in the Red Hill?
We likely had a conversation. I probably would have relied on John to identify who should be there.
Okay. One of the items that's listed on the agenda is friction testing results. Do you recall speaking with Mr. Mader in advance of this meeting and setting this agenda about friction testing results being an item for discussion?
I don't.
And when you say you don't, is that you just don't have a recollection either way, or you're confident that you didn't have a discussion with Mr. Mader before March 2017 about friction testing results?
No, I don't recall either way.
Registrar, you can close these two. Actually, no, before we do, one last question on this. So when you saw this agenda, did you understand that you would be taken through the history of the Red Hill and the link? Was that your expectation?
To the extent that it would relate to these agenda items, yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close that down. The inquiry has a slide deck presentation that Mr. Warren emailed to Mr. White, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Mader, so his direct bosses, on May 1st, which Mr. Warren has identified was presented at the May 1st meeting. Registrar, I'm going to pull that out. It is HAM 25976. And can you pull out image 3 on the right-hand side? Thank you. And Mr. McKinnon, I'm just raising these two as the first two images, just to see if the visual might help with refreshing your memory. Do you recall sitting through a presentation where these slides were presented?
Certainly feels familiar.
Okay. So this is one of quite a large slide deck. You'll see, and again, this is just for context for you to try to refresh your memory. This presentation puts together the motions from council in yellow, reports that were received in blue, third-party information in gray, and staff reports in, consultant reports in green.
I think the green might be council reports.
I think you might be right. Thank you. I just confused myself there. The gray reports are the consultant reports. Registrar, could you close this call out and bring up image 4, please? Thank you. So this continues really just through the chronology. That's what the red dots are. So it spans over 2 pages, and then it ends with the outstanding business list, which is a slide as well. Do you recall being taken through the slides that relate to various, I'll say, projects over time on the Red Hill and the Link?
I don't recall, but I likely was. That certainly appears to be the format of this meeting. So,
okay. Registrar, could you bring up image 9 and image 11, please? Thank you. So this is an example of the slides that relate back to the overall chronology. They're quite detailed. This one is in respect of the November 2013 Public Works report, and it relates to an underlying consultant report. Do you recall actually getting the presentation that went into the detail of each of these slides, or was it higher level than that?
I don't recall. I think the guys knew that getting deep into something was probably not a good use of all of our time if they were doing it for my benefit.
Okay. And did you understand going into this meeting that this was for your benefit?
I think I interpret it for everybody's benefit, but yeah, I certainly was interested to see it because I wanted to just have a general sense of kind of, what was going on. It was, as you can see from the information here, there was a tremendous amount of outstanding actions that had to happen. So, in an effort to be somewhat conversant in it, I would have these types of presentations delivered to me on a somewhat regular basis.
So I raised these two slides because they're an example of the detail, level of detail. Recognizing you may not have actually gone through each individual line, was this the first time that you'd been presented with the history in some detailed way about the various committee and staff projects on the Red Hill and the Link?
I can't say for certain, but I believe so.
And your evidence earlier was that you'd expect any information update or information report to council to be accurate. Would you also expect that staff would use their skills to provide the most accurate information to you?
I would.
Registrar, you can close these down. And if you could bring up image 31, please. So I've just skipped over 30 or so slides that deal with, that have a level of detail like the ones that we did just pull up. And I've moved directly to the outstanding business list. This, as I interpret it, was a list of the matters that remained on the outstanding business list and would have to be reported back to council. Do you recall when being presented with this information at the May 1st, 2017 meeting, that the number of outstanding items on the OBL seemed it's long, seemed numerous?
Did I believe that the number of outstanding items was numerous?
I'll put it differently. Were you left with the impression that there was the number of outstanding items was significantly longer than for other assets that you'd had to deal with?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. It was clear to me that this was receiving a lot of attention and a lot of work was either being initiated by staff or direction from council. So yeah, it was a busy file is the way I would describe it. But that also, would be consistent with the nature of the facility. It's the only highway that the city owns. So a pretty major thoroughfare. So whether or not that was out of the ordinary for such a facility, I wouldn't know, but it certainly looked like a busy file.
Were you left with the impression that the projects initiated on this asset came from council more than coming from staff?
I don't think I had an opinion whether or not more were from staff or from council, but it was evident to me that council was showing pretty significant interest in it.
Okay. Did you have the impression that staff were being reactive rather than proactive?
No, I don't think I had that impression at the time. No.
Okay. You'll recall going back to the agenda item that one of the items was friction testing results. Do you recall conversations or discussions during this meeting about friction testing?
I don't have any memory of that.
And is that to say you're confident that there was no discussion about that agenda item, or you just can't recall either way?
I can't recall either way.
If there was an item on an agenda, would you expect that it would have been dealt with?
Generally, yes. I mean, sometimes agenda items end up getting booted to the next meeting if you run out of time, but that's the whole point of the agenda. So I would have expected we spoke to it.
Okay. in your understanding, who among the attendees at this meeting was responsible for speaking to the item of friction testing results?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm thinking more generally about your experience. Who did you understand within Public Works would be responsible for any issues around friction?
If I didn't know what I know now, I'm not sure I would have had an opinion whether or not it belonged in traffic engineering or traffic safety or engineering. Certainly, I know now that Gary was the one who took the testing. So, but if I didn't know that, I'm not sure who would have owned it. To be honest, I probably would ask the guys who owns that.
Okay. Do you remember asking anybody who owns that?
No. I mean, it was one item out of many, many items in that meeting. So.
Okay. Well, it's one item that's quite specifically on the agenda. Do you remember having any discussions with Mr. Moore about friction testing, either before or during this meeting?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Had anyone in Public Works told you about trying to obtain friction test results from engineering services, particularly Mr. Moore, and not being able to receive them?
Not that I recall.
What do you remember about the tone of this meeting?
I don't have any recollections of the tone of the meeting, which would normally lead me to believe the tone was customary to what I was used to.
Okay. Do you recall any pointing fingers or casting of blame as amongst the different divisions who had some responsibility for the Red Hill?
I don't recall either way.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. You can go back into OD7, page 180, please. And if you can pull out 520 to 522. So this is the day after, and it's an email exchange between you and Mr. Mader. You say, John, I appreciate you calling the meeting yesterday and think there is discussion yet to be had on the topic. Let's discuss at our next QT. I'll just go through each of the emails before I ask my questions. Mr. Mader said, thanks for attending. I really wanted you to hear the conversation. I've asked Martin and his team to lead on the preparation of a report that will consider all the motions and likely adjust our approach given the news of the repaving and such. And then you say, I'm concerned about the optics of the paving, nowhere in the forecast and suddenly getting done right away. Anyway, let's chat some more. Starting with the reference to paving, did Mr. Moore advise you at the meeting on May 1st of his intention to resurface the Red Hill?
He may have. I can't recall one way or the other.
Okay. Mr. Mader says, and likely adjust our approach given the news on repaving. Casting your mind back to this period of time, do you interpret that as there need to be some change from something that you and Mr. Mader had spoke about previously?
I apologize. I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's right. I can rephrase it. Do you recall what our approach was that Mr. Mader is referencing there?
I'm only going to interpret from reading here. I don't have any memory of this, but if John and his group had a list of actions that they were going to take on the Red Hill and the Link, and then the decision was made to go resurface the Red Hill, some of those actions that John was going to take probably should be put on hold because they could probably sweep that up in the scope of the resurfacing on the Red Hill. So going out and doing it now would probably be a waste of time and money if you're just going to do it next year. And it's always better to do it as part of a large construction project because you get better prices, and it's generally from a structural perspective, it's better to do it then. So that's what I gleaned from that statement.
Mr. Mayor says, I've asked Martin and his team to lead on the preparation of a report that will consider all the motions. Was that the game plan coming out of the May 1st meeting?
That Martin was going to lead it?
That Martin and his team were going to prepare a report that will consider all of the motions.
I don't know if it came out of the meeting, but clearly at some point John's asked Martin to do that. So whether it was at the meeting or just after the meeting or as a result of the meeting, that's what it appears.
Okay. One of the agenda items in the meeting, and I can take you back there if you need, is strategy to address. And then it says, so what? But I think the strategy to address item is the one that I'm focused on. What do you recall from the May 1st meeting about the discussion with those attendees about how to address the number of items on the OBL?
But I don't recall.
So you say to Mr. Mader in your first email, I think there is discussion yet to be had on the topic. What does that refer to?
I don't know what was in my mind at that moment when I wrote the email to John. I clearly had something on my mind that I wanted to circle back with John on, but I don't recall what that was.
Okay. Do you think that it related to your follow-up email to Mr. Mader? I'm concerned about the optics of the paving.
Could have, yeah.
What concerns did you have about the optics of the paving?
I think it was related to the little story I gave you before. Nowhere in the forecast was the paving, and suddenly getting done right away. That again was contrary to the approach that Gary wanted everybody else to use when they were bringing forward new capital projects. It was the kind of thing that would catch the attention of some members of council, and we'd get questions on, why are you doing this? Why is this pushing out other projects that were supposed to be done this year?
What rationale did Mr. Moore give you for moving forward with the paving at the May 1st, 2017 meeting?
I don't know if it was at the May meeting with Mr. Moore. At some point, Gary shared with me that additional money had become available, and I'm not sure I can convey the story accurately, but I think it had something to do with development charges. And so when development charge money is being used for growth projects, sometimes levy money has to be put with it because whatever project you're doing might have a benefit to existing. And so I think what I interpreted at the time is, if that development project has been delayed for a year or two, now that benefit to existing money is now available. And I think that's what I interpreted from Gary's. This is a happy coincidence that just happened. This money's available. He was looking to program this in. He sees that money there, so he made the decision to put it in. And in fairness, shave and pave projects don't typically require the length of runway that normal projects do with respect to utility relocation, EAs, studies, and all that kind of thing. So it is the type of project you can do fairly quickly, but again, it was not necessarily consistent with what Gary would typically advocate for.
Okay. The optics here, did they connect in any way to requests for friction tests that had gone unanswered, to your knowledge?
Not for me. That wasn't something that twigged for me.
Okay. Were you expecting that Mr. Moore would provide friction test results to Mr. Mader and his team coming out of the May 1st meeting?
My expectation is for all the divisions to get along and share information, and if they're doing a joint report, that they work together on it and act like a team.
Registrar, can you bring up HAM 35785? And can you call out Mr. Martin's email to Mr. Soldo at the top? So this is an email that's from much later in time, from January of 2019. And Mr. Soldo has asked Mr. White if he ever received a copy of the trade wind report. And Mr. White responds, I did ask for it several times. I can also state that Gary did admit it was done at one point, but then he discounted the results and minimized the value of the tests. At a meeting with Mater and Dan, Dave, and myself, I recollect him saying something about it being an English test or a standard or something similar. And then he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mater. He also said that the asphalt was filled with rubber from tires. So I'm raising this email, recognizing it doesn't have any sense of the timing of when this meeting happened. At this point, because you've just attended a meeting, we're just looking at the meeting from May 1st, in which Mr. White, Mr. Mater, Mr. Ferguson, and you and Mr. Moore were there. Do you recall the content that Mr. White has in this email about an English test, whether Mr. Moore raised that at the May 1st, 2017 meeting?
No, I'm familiar with the idea that it's a UK standard that was used for the testing, but I don't have a precise recollection of that discussion in that meeting.
Okay. If you will assume that Mr. White is talking about a meeting from before Mr. McGuire's discovery of the trade wind report, do you recall having a meeting in which Mr. Moore advised that he had friction tests, declined to share them, and said something about it being an English test?
My earliest recollections of any conversation about the friction testing and the UK tests was after October 1st of 2018, when Gord shared that report with me. It was the subsequent conversations that I had with Gary. That's the earliest recollection that I have of having any meaningful conversation about friction testing or this UK standard.
Do you recall any meeting with at any time, I guess before the January 14th, 2019, in which you and Mr. White, Mr. Mater, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Moore discussed friction testing and it being an English test?
I don't.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down.
Ms. Lawrence, if I could just make a comment.
Sure.
This may have just been Martin's perception, but where Martin says that Gary declined to give us the report, I certainly have no memory of requesting the report. And you and I don't know each other, but I can tell you I have a track record of not tolerating nonsense. If I asked for the report, I was getting the report. I wouldn't be satisfied with asking for the report or seeking the report, somebody blowing me off like that. So I appreciate that might have been Mark's perception at the time. I don't recall that conversation, but I think most people who know me, they would agree. I wouldn't be tolerating that.
Thank you. As a follow-up to that answer, do you recall Mr. White or Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Mater advising you that they had sought to obtain friction testing results and they hadn't received a response? Not necessarily that someone had declined, but that just they hadn't received a response.
If they did, I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to OD7 188, please? Page 188, please. Mr. McKinnon, on July 15, 2017, a Hamilton Spectator reporter, Nicole O'Reilly, the Hamilton Spectator published her article, Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? and it included some statements from Mr. Moore. We have an underlying copy of the document, but it's quite small font, so I'm going to rely on this excerpt. But if you'd like me to go into the article itself, just let me know. Registrar, can you pull out 554, please? This was quite a lengthy article. Did you read it when it was published?
I don't know if I read it like immediately after it was published, but I definitely seen excerpts from it.
Okay, and when you say you've seen excerpts, is that in the context of preparation for the inquiry?
I've definitely seen it in preparation for the inquiry. I feel like I've seen it before then. I'm certain I've read it before then.
Okay, so in other words, at some point during your tenure as general manager, you read it?
Correct.
Do you recall whether you read it in the for interest or as part of your inquiries after the Tradewin report was discovered?
I recall Gord McGuire sending me articles on a few times. Actually, the directors, some of the directors, as a normal part of their process, would send me articles or tweets that had been in social media that they were tracking on a particular issue. And I'm pretty sure Gord sent me probably more than one article, and I think this was one of them. But I can't recall when I read it.
When you say Mr. McGuire sent you articles a few times, do you mean in the course of just updating you that that he sent articles, or as things as he read things and he thought it might be of interest to you, or do you mean in the context of after the discovery of the Tradewin report, he specifically sent you articles?
It could be one or the other. I think Gord did send me, if he saw something in the media that had something to do with his portfolio that might grow legs, he would send me the link so that I could have a look, so that I was prepared in case I got cornered in City Hall or something like that. So I can't recall with precision if that was the case here, or if he sent me this in relationship to to him finding the friction report.
Okay. I actually think he sent it to you in August of 2018, and we'll get there in the chronology in due time. In any event, I hear your evidence was at some point prior to the preparation of preparing for the inquiry, you read this report.
I believe I did, yes.
But you're not confident that you actually read it in July of 2017?
No.
Okay. Mr. Moore is attributed as saying in respect of friction testing that there is no official report, only an informal chart sent in an email in December 2015. The friction testing was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive. Did anyone in Mr. Mader's group, Mr. Mader, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. White, tell you that they had requested any kind of assessment of friction on the Red Hill from Mr. Moore?
I don't remember one. They may have, but I don't recall one.
Do you recall being aware that Mr. Moore had told the Spectator that there were some kind of results and that those results were inconclusive?
If I read this article, I would have been aware of that. By the time I read the article, I would have been aware of that. I don't remember ever hearing that from Gary, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear that from Gary until after Gord found the Tradewin report and I went and talked to Gary. That's the earliest memory that I have of Gary even speaking about this to me.
What did you know at the time, that is in July of 2017, about collision patterns on the Red Hill?
I'm not sure I knew about collision patterns on the Red Hill at that time.
At the bottom of this excerpt, the last couple of paragraphs, it says, no one ever releases that type of information. That's in reference to the informal chart Mr. Moore has said exists that he's refusing to share with the spectator. So he says, no one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit. Did Mr. Moore convey to you any views or opinions about how and when to release information related to the Red Hill to the media before you spoke to him in late 2018?
Gary shared his views on the release of information with me. I don't recall ever having a conversation with Gary about when and what should be released. My expectation is we have an MFIP office, a Freedom of Information office. There had been a fairly robust effort to start to do disclosure by design at the city. Transparency was very important to council. So I'm not an expert, and I would assume that when a request is made for information from the operating divisions, that the directors make sure that we're following whatever MFIPA rules there are and whatever policy documents exist within the city for the disclosure of any kind of document.
Do I understand what you just said to be that in the usual course that city staff should tell someone who wants information from them to use the FOI process rather than providing it directly?
If they have a concern about confidentiality, they should or at least consult legal to see whether or not they're, because it's notwithstanding there's a policy, everybody will look at it and interpret it differently. And I know freedom of information and request for information from the city makes staff nervous because staff don't want to do the wrong thing. They don't want to release information that may actually be private. And so, and I'm certainly no expert. So, my guidance has always been and always would be, if it's not obvious to you that this information can be released, get some guidance. Either talk to the MFIPA office or talk to legal.
Mr. Moore is attributed of saying in 4 paragraphs from the bottom, all we got was an indication that we should do further work. It was moot when we decided to go ahead with repaving. Did Mr. Moore at any time before late 2018 connect for you any consultant reports that he received with his decision to go ahead with repaving?
The only recollection that I have of a conversation with Gary, and we may have had it more than once, about his motivation for repaving the Red Hill was with respect to top-down cracking. And I suspect you've heard perpetual pavement, rich bottom layer of asphalt, a thin riding course on top. You want to address the top-down cracking before it starts bottom-up cracking. All of which I just said I learned from Gary. And so my belief at the time that Gary was advising me of this is that if there was a consultant study motivating him to do it, it was related to the cracking. I don't recall him ever saying to me that he was going to do resurfacing of the Red Hill because of friction and any friction test that he had done.
What was the circumstance in which you were having those conversations with Mr. Moore? In particular, was it in a large group? Was it in a one-on-one? What do you remember about that, the context?
To the best of my memory, I think it might have been during one of our quality times. Gary's office was 10 feet from mine. Sometimes he would drop in and talk about something, or he would, during his quality time, talk about a more higher priority project. So I feel like it was in my office and it was just the two of us. So it was probably during the quality time where he was updating me on his priorities. I think we had more than one conversation about it because I remember appreciating the conversation because I was learning, and he talked about the samples that had gone away to Ireland. I think the test that they were doing was polished stone value, and because I thought it was curious that we needed a test done that is only done in Ireland. It seemed odd, but I can't recall kind of the broader context of that conversation, but I am pretty confident it was just him and me in my office.
Do you recall whether that discussion or discussions included reference to microsurfacing or skid abrading or shot blasting?
No. I don't recall any of that conversation with Carrie.
Do you recall ever being informed about before before late 2018 about pavement rehabilitation strategies that are called microsurfacing, skid abrading, or shot blasting, or were those terms completely foreign to you?
They were not completely foreign to me. As an inspector, I was involved with some projects where we did some shot blasting and we did some surface treatment of roadways. I wasn't familiar with those terms in the sense of using that to remediate the surface of an existing road. But the terms, a couple of the terms were somewhat familiar to me, but I'd never heard them in the context of using them to remediate the surface of an existing road.
Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Moore in the context of the Red Hill resurfacing about any kind of remediation apart from shave and pave?
I don't. I think the starting point for all of those conversations was we're going to do a shave and pave, and here's what it looks like. Other than he was investigating that hot in place technology because he thought that might be a more cost-effective way of getting the same result. But even with hot in place, you're removing that surface layer. You're not trying to amend the existing surface in any way.
It sounds like Mr. Moore provided you with a fair bit of information over time, or a fair bit of information. And it sounds, I'm hearing from your evidence that you believe these conversations happened over a period of time. Is that right?
I don't remember precisely. I think it was actually over a somewhat short period of time. I believe it was in the fall of 2017, and it was probably around that discussion of, okay, well, how did this get into the budget and what are you doing? And I think it probably emanated from the discussion about the project getting into the capital budget request on fairly short notice. I suspect that was all tied together. So it probably only occurred over a period of a couple of weeks, maybe a month or something like that, but I can't say with certainty.
Are you able to provide a clearer sense of what information he provided to you in what order? That is, when he started asking, or when he started telling you about shave and pave versus exploring hot in place, or anything else. I'm just trying to understand the sequence of the information he provided to you over time.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't know in what order he shared that information with me. It's just kind of mushed together.
Okay. But in your mind, it's over a period of a relatively short period of time, a matter of weeks, within a quarter.
That's my recollection, yes.
One of the reasons I'm interested in if you can recall the sequence is because we do know when some of those samples were sent to Ireland, which is something that you have, a point you have stuck in your mind that can help us identify when. So the samples were sent, I don't have the exact date, but I believe in December 2017. Do you recall Mr. Moore advising you about those samples as being part of the first conversation that you had with him on this, or where in the sequence that particular bit of information was conveyed to you?
No, and even to the extent that I don't have precise memory of whether or not he said he had done it or he was going to do it.
Okay.
It was just about this notion of samples and this test, and it had to be done in Ireland. So I can't even say with any confidence that he'd already done it or he was telling me that he was going to do it.
Okay. And do you recall if he explained what the testing of the samples, what information that testing would provide?
No, I don't think we got too deep into it, to be honest. You know, I don't have a sense of what the motivation for the specific tests were.
In those conversations, did you develop any impression that Mr. Moore had any concerns about the current pavement structure on the Red Hill?
To the extent that the top-down cracking would have an adverse effect on the life of the roadway. That was what I took away from that conversation. He was concerned about that.
No other concerns that he expressed to you, to your recollection?
I mean, he may have, but that was the big one that I took away, because he, you know, Gary took a fair bit of time kind of walking me through the pavement design, the mixed design being the rich bottom layer, this thin riding course. The idea is that you never touch the bottom layer. And if you do the interventions properly, you just keep resurfacing the top. And the whole idea was that this was perpetual pavement. And so, yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and can you go to OD8, page 23, please? Could you also call out page 24, bring up page 24 and then call out the excerpted text in paragraph 54, please? Mr. McKinnon, this email is from December 2017, and it's from you. And it is an email about some changes to the organizational structure that will become effective as of Jan 1, 2018. And we've talked a little bit about some of these, I think. Betty Matthews Malone was going to take over a new division called Roads and Traffic. And to the best of your recollection, what was the change under this new division, apart from the name, that you had implemented?
Yeah, so traffic operations and traffic engineering had previously not been nested in with Betty's shop. It was over under Jeff Lupton in it was called Energy, Fleet, and Traffic. Mm-hmm. And policy and programs, a little fuzzier on that one. I think Jennifer DiDomenico came over in this as well. I think Jen might have been under John Mader at the time, if I'm not mistaken.
You also note that Mr. Mader was going to be retiring in late 2018, and he was going to assume the role of Associate General Manager until his retirement. So we already, I think, spoke a little bit about that. On the second call out, some from transportation planning services section would be moving into traffic operations and engineering. Where were they before the transportation planning services? If you can recall, I know this is some time ago.
Oh. I thought they were under John Mader somehow, but I'm not entirely sure. I thought, so I think that was Al Kirkpatrick, and I thought he was under John at the time.
Okay, that's fine. It's not a memory test, especially not this kind of information.
Yeah.
Jumping down a couple of paragraphs to the last bullet, the leadership role in engineering services would be shared between Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire. You reference in this email that Mr. Moore was taking on a more active role in providing technical support and resources to the LRT. and that he would continue to oversee design, construction, waterfront development, and Mr. McGuire would oversee asset management and his own group, Geomatics. What was the impetus to split the Director of Engineering responsibilities between Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire?
Primarily, I felt I was observing that the workload on Gary was extreme. And I've seen this before in my experience at the city, where you ask people to take on extra work, and we're all proud and we're all capable people, so we often say yes. But there was a lot of activity going on with the LRT office, and I wanted to lighten Gary's load a little bit out of a sense of empathy for him. My memory is Gary didn't really want me to do that, but I decided to do it anyway. And that's why I gave the asset management responsibilities to Gord. I think the other part of that motivation was, I think Gary had already started to kind of signal that he might retire. And so I'm a big fan of acting assignments. And so it was an opportunity for Gord to have an opportunity to get some experience acting with some additional responsibilities. So here's my two prime motivations.
Thank you. In terms of giving Mr. McGuire oversight over the asset management section as compared to one of the other sections, was there any magic to choosing that section over the others?
No, I think my rationale at the time was that Gord's home position as manager of Geomatics, he was at the front end of the process for capital works. Asset management is at the front end. And I know that Gary was going to be working a fair bit with the design section already in the LRT office. So under this scenario, Gary would still be responsible for design and construction while he was in the LRT office. But the asset management stuff is kind of longer range planning, the condition assessments, that kind of stuff. So I'll characterize it as Gord's home position and asset management are the front end of the process, where design and construction are the back end of the process. And Gary was still going to have to be fairly intimately linked to them through his efforts on the LRT. So that made sense to me.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close these down. If you can go into OD 7, page 182, please. Thank you. And if you can pull up 527. Actually, 526 and 27, please. So we were just looking at an email that you sent in December 2017. We're actually just jumping a little in time. This is on a new topic. In April of 2017, Charles Brown from Audit Services, the Auditor General, submitted a performance audit report on the use of external consultants. And the overview document has excerpted an aspect of that, the audit services findings, identifying a lack of corporate governance over the hiring and management of consultants. I'm going to go into the document itself just to give you a bit more context. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you bring up RVH 607, please? And can you call it the executive summary, the first two paragraphs? Mr. McKenna, I'm happy to get into the underlying audit report itself, but just to start, do you recall the circulation of this report from Audit Services?
I do remember it.
In advance of it being circulated, do you recall Public Works being involved in this inquiry from Audit Services?
I do.
Audit Services had identified this lack of corporate governance over the hiring and management of consultants, and there's a number of different aspects of that lack of corporate governance. Had you identified this, the lack of corporate governance or any issues with hiring and management of consultants during your tenure as general manager?
I don't think I found specific evidence of problems per se, but one of the quality management initiatives, and so I mentioned earlier that a quality management system, one of the elements is continuous improvement. And one of the items that I had assigned to my continuous improvement team was project management. And so in public works, you have essentially 9 divisions now that have operational and maintenance responsibilities, but almost every one of them delivers capital. Everything from, the largest project I ever signed off on was $160 million, right down to $35,000 assignment and everything in between. And so whether you are undertaking, just for an example, if you're undertaking an archaeological assessment of a site where you're going to build a park, or whether or not you're building a wastewater treatment facility that's going to cost $150 million. And everything in between, there was a full range of projects in between, from soup to nuts. So there were all manner of project management practices and processes on how to manage consultants, whether or not they were doing a study for you, whether or not they were doing a detailed design, conceptual design, whether or not they were doing a master plan for you. And there was not the presence of any kind of coherent guidance from the organization on how to do that. Each of these divisions and sections within divisions had developed their own processes on how to do that. And so it was one of those things that was kind of out there in my kind of the to-do list. And when Charles came out with this, it made sense for me to give that as a project to my quality management people as a continuous improvement project. They set up a charter, and using sound project management principles, they set up a continuous improvement project, and we identified representatives within each of the divisions to work on how can we come up with, as much as possible, consistent processes, consistent charters, consistent project management tools, so that it'll never be perfectly consistent all the way across, but to try to get out a lot of the weaknesses and the risks that were identified in this audit. And by the way, I'm not sure that came to a conclusion prior to my exodus from the city, but I know that the quality management team had put in a heck of a lot of effort on it. And I remember seeing a number of the tools that they had already created and had agreement that we would use across the department.
And can you just give us a few examples of what kind of tools you mean?
The one that we spent a lot of time talking on was the charters. Many capital projects would get started and get executed without even having a charter. And my view, a charter is an essential piece of information that has to exist at the start of a project, because it identifies the scope of work, what's the motivation for doing the work, who are the stakeholders on the project delivery team, who are the alternates, who is the champion, so that if there's some kind of a roadblock that is beyond the abilities of the project manager to resolve, who do they go to? Is there a corporate champion? There were certain projects where me as the general manager, I might be identified as a corporate champion. That was the one that I think a lot of time was spent on, as far as coming up with something that may not be exactly the same across all of the operating groups, but had some very consistent pieces within it. I think one of the other areas that we spent a lot of time on was just the idea of scope changes and change orders. It's not unusual, a lot of effort. To my earlier comments about Gary saying that you need a good length of runway to make sure you've got everything in order before you actually put a contract out on the street. Sometimes you don't have that length of time. Sometimes priorities change and you have to respond quickly. So it wasn't unusual for, we're actually out in the field, we're doing the project, and we discover something, and now we have to change. We have to add scope. Sometimes that's unavoidable, but I was seeing evidence of, why didn't we catch that during the conceptual design? Why didn't we anticipate that? So trying to tighten that up so that we were more disciplined on identifying the actual scope before we get into the field. Adding scope once you're up in the field, you're not going to get the same value that you would get if all the scope's included when you're getting a competitive bid process. So I think those are the best two examples that I can think of the types of things that we were trying to get at with the continuous improvement project as it related to project management.
Registrar, you can close this down. Moving to a different topic now. Registrar, can you go into OD8, page 31, please? Can you call out 75 and 76? Actually, 77 as well, please. Oh, sorry, Registrar. Thank you. That just makes it a little bit bigger. So focusing your attention on paragraph 76, it says the same day. You can see in 75, we're talking about December 4. Ms. Cameron, who is Mr. McGuire's, who is Mr. Moore's assistant, Mr. McGuire and Mr. Field all exchanged emails. You're not on these emails. Mr. Moore is copied. But Ms. Cameron says, Councillor Connolly is requesting an information report on lighting the Red Hill. As he says, he still gets complaints. I spoke to Mike, and since Martin is doing a report on January 15, that's responding to 5 previous motions. That includes barriers. He thought a coordinated effort would be required. And Mr. McGuire responds and says, we're looking at it right now because Martin has a report going out. Lighting needs to be understood in the context of the original EA and restrictions placed in that file. Mike is looking into this currently. So you can close that down, Registrar. Mr. McKinnon, in terms of your historical information, knowledge coming into the role as general manager, what did you know about the rationale for the level of lighting on the Red Hill, if anything?
Yeah, I didn't have any kind of understanding about it.
Did you have any anecdotal knowledge that members of the public viewed, or some members of the public viewed the Red Hill to be insufficiently illuminated?
Prior to becoming GM?
Yeah.
No.
And what about as you became GM and certainly as you started to develop a little bit more knowledge about the history of the parkways?
I have memories of conversations where Gary articulated, because he built it, he also was very involved in the link. And I don't know if I'm remembering this correctly, but what I thought I heard Gary say was that through the environmental assessment process, lighting was identified as an issue. There was a great concern about kind of the natural environment and the adverse effects that lighting would have on the natural environment, as well as concerns about residents who live close to the Red Hill. They didn't want to have big lights shining into their bedroom windows. And to the extent that those issues were, sore points during the design and the EA and the construction, that what existed there now was kind of what he felt should stay the way it is, because if you start changing that, you're going to have all these constituencies challenge you on why are you changing it? You've already got an EA that approved it this way. There's all these concerns. So I'm sure I'm paraphrasing what Gary said to me, but that's kind of the essence of what I understood from any conversations that I had with Gary.
Was this information conveyed from Mr. Moore over a number of conversations or one conversation?
I suspect it was more than one, but I don't know if it was 1 or 2 or 5. I'm not sure.
Do you recall the context that led to you and Mr. Moore having those conversations about illumination?
Not specifically, no.
And they would have been all before Mr. Moore retired?
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Just, I'm trying to narrow down the time frame.
Yep.
And I think you were busy through much of 2016 on your organizational changes and getting up to speed. So is it likely it was sometime in 2017 into 2018 before he retired? Is that the window of time we're looking at?
I would think so, yeah.
So this is December 2017, and Councillor Khan is asking for another for an information update. Were you aware in December of 2017 that the Public Works Committee had previously approved $100,000 approximately to do consultant assessment of the original EA and whether illumination was feasible? Do you have that knowledge?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know how much I knew about it or when I knew about it, but it certainly sounds familiar.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up, leave this up, but also bring up OD 7, page 108? You'll see in the bottom of this page, this is just the reference that I was talking about to that approval. It's from September 16, 2016, and Mr. Moore submitted a report on lighting. Registrar, can you go down to page 109 on the right-hand side? And this report commented on the SEMA report. Registrar, can you call it that, the excerpt that's at the top of 109? Mr. McKenna, I'm just trying to refresh your memory about what you knew. So this is September 2016. You may have had a few things on your plate that month as you're starting. So you may not have seen this at the time. But this is a report that says the high level review was not comprehensive enough, and a more fulsome review and business analysis would be required to be undertaken. The approximate cost of such a study would be approximately $100,000. Does that assist you in refreshing your memory about whether you knew that council had approved a fairly significant piece of consultant work to assess the illumination on the Red Hill?
No, not really. And just $100,000 is in the public works world wasn't significant. I mean, it's a decent amount of money, but that wouldn't have caught my attention, the value of it. And I remember conversations about this, but honestly, I can't remember with who or when.
Registrar, can you close this down? And a question of on your practice. Registrar, can you pull out 342? Thank you. So again, this is a period of time right around September 2016. The Public Works Committee recommended to council in respect of this report that staff undertake a comprehensive study and that the matter be referred to the 2017 capital budget process for consideration. So a few questions on this. Where it says the matter would be referred to the 2017 capital budget process for consideration, would you personally have any involvement in moving something from a recommendation like this onto the capital budget spreadsheet for the relevant division?
No.
So that wouldn't be something that would come to your attention, through tasks that fell on your plate?
No, not at all. It's I mean, that's $100,000 item in a department that has a $1.3 billion operating in capital budget annually and 2,500 staff. This is, at the risk of sounding self-important here, this is sausage making as far as I'm concerned.
More generally, and just using this as an example, the Public Works Committee looks at this, recommends the following to council. Would you review the outstanding business list items if any of the items made it onto the outstanding business list? In a general sense, was that part of your practice?
We reserve some time within our department leadership team meeting to go over the outstanding business list somewhat regularly. My my reason for doing that was if I saw something that had been sitting on the list for 18 months, I wanted to be aware of, like, why is this taking so long? But I didn't take a deep interest in any particular thing that was on there unless some emerging issue highlighted it. But my involvement in the review of the outstanding business list was to just look at things if they've been sitting there for months and months and months and months. Like, I'd want to know why. But I think the message is pretty clear to the directors. I'm not managing their outstanding business list items. It's up to them, the directors and the managers. And I think that was very well understood. For the most part, I never had to chase directors on that. They were all very good about that.
And it wasn't a useful way for you to actually keep up to date on information that was happening, amongst the other ways that you had to do that?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, with the general manager of public works, you can come in and just start reading your email all day long and get lost in it on things that are happening. So every day it was a challenge to decide, okay, what's the best use of my time as the leader of this department, and getting into stuff like this was not a good use of my time.
Thank you. It's very helpful to have a sense of your practices. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go back into OD 8, so you can close out the right-hand side. And if you can go to OD 8, 84 and 85, please. At the bottom of this page at 230, it was in March of 2018 that Mr. Field, who is in lighting, first emailed Mr. Malone, who is a consultant at SEMA, with information from the staff report on September 19, 2016, saying ahead of a meeting that we've just scheduled, I'd like to talk about a project with you for lighting. Were you aware in that period of time between September 2016 and March 2018 that there was this matter of staff undertaking a comprehensive assessment of lighting that was not being acted on?
No, I don't have any memory of that.
Mr. Field has testified that he was really busy with a lighting project, the LED replacement lighting project. Given that context, and your evidence that you don't manage outstanding business list items for your directors, is it surprising to you that that a matter within Public Works would sit with over a year's delay?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think that was a fair summary of what Mr. Field's evidence was. And so if the witness is being asked to respond to that, perhaps we can provide a more accurate and complete summary of what Mr. Field's evidence was as to why he didn't respond to that particular item. Why he waited to respond to that particular OBL item.
I'm actually happy to ask Mr. McKinnon this without any context at all. Perhaps I'll do that instead.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinnon, is it surprising to you that an item would sit on an outstanding business list from September of 2016 to March of 2018 without staff commencing the item?
Is it surprising? I've seen it happen, so I don't think it surprises me. It's certainly not ideal, but it would happen from time to time, and it can happen for a number of reasons. It could happen because the staff who were assigned it just don't have enough resources to do it. In a perfect world, they would have escalated that earlier than a year and a half and did something, but there could be a variety of reasons why things linger, and could be associated with council priorities, emerging issues, that kind of thing. So is it surprising? No. Is it ideal? No, it's not ideal either. But the practical reality of our world there, it would happen from time to time.
Thank you. Registrar, could you pull up page 31 of OD 8? And if you can call out 75, please. So we're in December of 2017. And one thing that is on the plates of the traffic engineering and operations staff is the report that Mr. Mader mentioned in May to pull together a number of items that are on the outstanding business list in relation to the Red Hill and the link. And we'll get into that document in a moment. Do you recall seeing the Public Works Committee report? It's 18008 that dealt with a number of different items. Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's the report that resulted from the initiative that John took to get everybody together and put their arms around that one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I have a memory of that report. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to bring it up in just a moment.
Okay.
But just to orient you to what I was talking about, on December 4th, 2017, Mr. White sent an email to Mr. Collins attaching a draft and the appendices of a report. And he said it was subject to changes by the director or general manager. In the usual course, what were your expectations about providing information to counselors in advance of providing information like a draft report to counselors in advance of taking it to committee?
So I think there was a pretty well understood practice that when staff were drafting a report, inevitably there may be one or more counselors who have a deeper interest in it than others because it's ward specific, because it's issue that they have a particular interest in. So I think kind of corresponding and interacting with counselors on draft reports is perfectly fine. Getting to the point where you've, as a manager, have finished a complete draft of a report with an attachment and sending that whole thing as a draft to one counselor, I don't think that's cool. I think that kind of has drifted over the line a little bit. I think what that starts to do is create a perception that the counselor could be influencing the actual recommendations in a report. And so council would be unable to function properly. And I think staff would be harmed if they didn't have the opportunity to consult with individual counselors ahead of particular reports. But there's a line there, and there's optics that have to be kind of respected there. And so what I think Mr. White did there, had I been aware of it at the time, I probably would have said to him, not when your report's that far down the line, you just don't send it to them, but absolutely dialogue with them, get their sense of it. It's often helpful for staff to have that dialogue, because often it's difficult for staff to anticipate the types of questions or the concerns that counselors might have when we're drafting the report from staff perspective. So I think that interaction is important, but I think there is a line there to observe. One, so that you don't experience improper influence on your recommendations, and two, so that you're not perceived as being unduly influenced on whatever professional recommendations you might be making.
Thank you. Would you have that same concern if it was a completely final draft, not subject to any changes, and simply provided in advance of the circulation by clerks?
I think that would bother me too, because then I wouldn't understand if it's already finished. What's the point of giving it to one counselor? They're all going to get it in advance of the committee meeting. So I think I probably need to hear a pretty compelling reason to do that.
Perhaps just another nuance on that, and I think perhaps you've addressed in your evidence already, but just to clarify, would you have any concern with staff reaching out to counselors in advance of a Public Works Committee meeting to understand the counselors' concerns, or to ask them if they had any questions that staff could take back and address before the meeting? That kind of information sharing meeting?
I think that's good practice myself.
Thank you. So we can close this down. If you can, Registrar, go into this document. It's HAM 46174. So, Mr. McKinnon, this was the document that I was asking if you remembered without, without showing it to you. So here it is now. So it is for a committee, Public Works Committee, January 15, 2018. And it's quite lengthy. It is submitted by Jennifer DiDomenico, who is the Acting Director of Transportation, I think by happenstance on that day. And it's prepared by David Ferguson and Martin White. And just stopping here before we look into the details to clarify your evidence about your review of reports that go to committee. On a report like this, would you have reviewed this before it was finalized and provided to clerks? It does include recommendations.
That was my practice, and my belief is that I saw this before it went to clerks.
Okay. So we're going to come to this in a moment, but you asked for a walkthrough of this report with some of your staff, including Ms. Matthews-Malone and Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White. Why did you want a walkthrough of the report in addition to your own review of it?
So there were certain reports that would go to council. This one's a fairly meaty report. It's had a lot of stuff in it. My learning style is better to hear from people than to read. So sometimes on reports that just had way more information in them or were more prominent, I would ask for staff to come and just spend a half an hour, or an hour and a half to walk through me to help me understand beyond the words that I've read, what are political sensitivities, what's the history on this, that kind of stuff, so that I could hear from staff. Often any kind of speaking points that I might have to articulate in a council meeting would be me using whatever I heard in these face-to-face meetings as opposed to what's written in the report. So it was a practice of mine to do that periodically on bigger reports.
Okay. On this one, it is meaty. It's 11 pages long, and it contains a number of different recommendations. Including, and Registrar, if you can pull out the recommendations on the left-hand side. Continuing to implement short and medium-term countermeasures, and then undertaking a detailed collision analysis on the Link and the Red Hill, that the Hamilton Police be requested to undertake regular speed and aggressive driving, doing an annual traffic count, that median barriers be installed in the Link and the Red Hill in coordination with any future widening, and that Public Works report back in 2020 on an update of the overall operating conditions on the Link and the Red Hill. And Registrar, you want to close that down? With a focus on activities, including discussions with the MTO. And then removing some elements off the outstanding business list. One of the aspects of this report, which you and I have touched on before, is median barriers. And I can pull that one out again if you'd like, but the recommendation is that median barriers be installed in coordination with any future widening of the facilities. And the report itself goes into some detail about the movement that the city had made to attempt to negotiate, or at least start to consider widening of the Link and the Red Hill. By January 2018, did you have an impression about whether widening of the parkways was an event that, or a circumstance that was actually likely to happen?
I believe that the widening of the expressway was an event that was likely to happen.
Yeah. Did you have a sense of really whether there was a real possibility that that was going to actually be achieved?
Yeah, I think in a general sense, I thought it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen soon. There's a tremendous amount of work that had to happen. It's a very complicated corridor, not just from the natural environment or the infrastructure perspective. There is, there's indigenous issues there. There will be environmental constituency who might not want to see, like, there'd be a lot at play there as far as doing the expansion. But I think with the growth of Hamilton, it's inevitable at some point something's going to have to change on both of those features to make it to allow more capacity on it. There are restrictions at both ends, at the 403 and the QEW again, which would take a significant period of time. I don't think I was convinced that anything was going to happen there with respect to widening in my career and possibly my lifetime, but I think eventually it's going to happen.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up images 3 and 4? And if you could pull up the right-hand side, the 5 paragraphs, starting with both these motions. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So this report is dealing with a number of different motions. This one is about the police. Just looking at the underlying information and what you understood. In this section of the report, there is a reference in the second paragraph that we have up here to prior consultant reports identifying an overrepresentation of incidents that occur on the link and dry road conditions and on the Red Hill and wet road conditions. There's also, as a result, there was a number of crossover fatal collisions. Pardon me, let me try that again. As a result of a number of crossover fatal collisions, there has been a public debate on the need to install median barriers along both the link and the Red Hill. So you said earlier that you didn't have a sense of the collision circumstances on the link and the Red Hill. I was reading this report the first time that you had this level of detail about the types of collisions that were occurring on the link and the Red Hill?
When was this?
This is, by the time you're reading it, it's either late December or early January 2018. And it's in advance of the Public Works Committee meeting that's going to proceed on January 15, 2018.
And forgive me for being slow here. Can you ask me the question again? I'm trying to.
Of course. So I'm directing you to the second paragraph in the excerpt here, and it says the reports, the past consultant reports, identify there's an overrepresentation of incidents that occur on the link in dry road conditions and on the Red Hill in wet road conditions. And then it goes on to talk about the public debate around median barriers. So on that, the link has an overrepresentation of dry road incidents during dry road conditions, and the Red Hill has the same, but in wet road conditions. Was reading this report the first time that you received information about the collision patterns on these parkways?
I don't recall when I started to receive different pieces of information. I guess from my perspective, in becoming the general manager and obviously starting to learn more about the transportation group, it started to be obvious to me that in every ward of the city, there was concerns about traffic safety. And it seemed every quarter, there was an intersection somewhere where maybe somebody had died, and now that was the latest call for changes somewhere. And so I'm not sure at this point I distinguished between fatal collisions that might be happening on the link versus the Red Hill, or the link and the Red Hill versus anywhere else in the city, because whenever one happened, there was always considerable attention to it, both from the media and from council. So I don't recall having a moment where I read this and I distinguished, or I kind of came to the conclusion that there's something different about the Red Hill and the link.
Thank you. And I'll try to be more specific with my question because I think the reference to the fatal collisions in that last part of that paragraph might be distracting.
Yeah.
My question was about the first sentence where the link has collisions in dry road conditions and the Red Hill has an overrepresentation of collisions in wet road conditions. Did that collision pattern, did you know that before reading this report?
I don't believe so. And you know, in even reading it now, I suspect I'm reacting the same way I would have reacted then, is to say, okay, clearly there's something unique about both of these roadways. As somebody who's not a transportation engineering practitioner or transportation safety practitioner, one's straight as a pin and flat, the other one's curvy and it's on a pretty significant grade. You know, so that's got to have something to do with it. But I probably didn't ponder it for too long because I know I've got my team is looking after it.
Right. You can close this down, Registrar. And can you go into OD8, page 42 and 43? So, Mr. McKinnon, the reason I was asking about what you understood about collision patterns is because you do have that meeting with your team before the Public Works Committee on January 15th. Registrar, if you can pull out paragraph 114 at the bottom. Actually, you don't have to pull that out. I'll summarize it. So on January 9th, the day after the scheduled meeting with you, Mr. Ferguson wrote to individuals at SEMA, a consultant that he had worked with in the past. And he wrote, and maybe this we can call out at the top of 43. Wondering if you can assist me. On Monday, we're heading back to committee. During a management discussions yesterday, the GM asked how these numbers compared to other locations. Are we on par with others? And suggest they have asked if it would be possible to comparison to 406, Highway 78, DVP. So I think that the reference to GM here is to you. Do you remember being interested in how the collision patterns on the link and the Red Hill compared to other locations outside of Hamilton?
I do.
What was the, why were you interested in having that information, that comparator information?
My interest was that I was concerned that when council reads these data points with no reference, they would be frustrated by that, because and to my earlier comments about readability of reports, as I read this, I just, we kind of blurred out some data points. Nobody's going to understand them. They have no way to reference them or compare them to something else. And so I was a little bit frustrated, but I said to the guys, like, how is council going to take this information in? They're not experts. So is there some way we can create some context for them so that they can say, or so that they can understand, is this consistent with what happens in other communities, on other highways, that kind of thing? And so that was the motivation for me asking for this, was so that the report would be more meaningful for council.
I see. Registrar, can you close that call out? And on one of the pages, can you bring up HAM 46147 again? And can you go to image 9? So, Mr. McKinnon, just so that I'm clear about, I think what your evidence is referring to. Is it this? I think you said that you found a chart would be frustrating, or the data points would be frustrating. Is this the collision history chart? Is that what you're referring to, that you wanted to have that plus something else that you could tell council, show the kinds of collisions and the total collisions, and then say, and here's some comparators?
Yeah, so these are obviously representative of the Red Hill and the Link, but they just don't seem to have any context around them. There are a bunch of interesting numbers. Hard to distinguish any trending there. I mean, some of the columns might have some trending, but when I looked at this, I'm like, okay, so what? Like, can you just give me a sense? Are those numbers way better than other facilities, or are they way worse, or are they similar? And that was the motivation to help council understand.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm moving into another topic that I think will take longer than 4 minutes, and we are 4 minutes to 1 o'clock. I'd suggest that we break just a little early for lunch and then come back.
That's fine. Let's break, and we'll return as usual at 2:15.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKinnon. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Please do.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call up OD 8? Page 119, please. Oh, I'm sorry. So for paragraph 119, page 44, paragraph 119.
Sorry, Council, what was the page number?
OD 8, page 44.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. McKinnon, before the break, we were talking about your interest in getting comparator collision experience from 400 series highways or other relevant highways for the January 15, 2018 Public Works Committee meeting. Registrar, could you pull out, call out 118, 119, and 120, please? Mr. Ferguson contacted SEMA about the status of the memorandum that he had sought from them on January 12th. So we're getting very close to the Public Works Committee meeting at this point. Mr. Ferguson received it on that day and forwarded it, Mr. White forwarded it to Mr. Mader, to Ms. Matthews-Malone, to Mr. Moore, and to Mr. McKinnon. So just stopping there for a moment, assessing that those who were copied on this email, do you recall Mr. Moore being involved in the discussions you had in the lead up to the January 15, 2018 Public Works Committee meeting?
I don't recall one way or the other if he was.
Okay. And Mr. Mader, we're now in January of 2018. Technically, he has moved out of transportation and into the associate general manager role. Do you recall from this point forward how involved Mr. Mader was in issues relating to the Red Hill and the link?
Not in detail. I mean, he remained kind of my guy representing my office on it because of his history and his involvement in it, but I couldn't tell you how involved he remained.
Okay. As we move forward over the next 6 or 7 months, Mr. Solda joins the city, and it seems you start to rely on Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Solda going forward. Is that seems to be what the documents indicate in terms of who you're dealing with? Does that reflect your memory over the course of, say, 2018?
Yeah, Betty, who was the head of the division, left in, I want to say, June, and Edward was a successful candidate through the recruitment process, and I believe he started in July.
And so when you say Mr. Mader was your guy on this, the inquiry, the documents of the inquiry has seemed to suggest that he really starts to take a back seat, doesn't start to be as involved in these meetings. So when you say he's still your guy, what do you mean by that?
So in January, when we did the restructuring, I believe it was in January, and those kind of operational responsibilities went to other directors, I would have been relying on John to kind of be the eyes and ears on this particular file because of his history. But I do recall that as time went on, we knew that John was going to be leaving. And so we were slowly diminishing his role in a variety of things. And so, I can't tell you when he stopped attending these meetings, but at the start of the year, he was my guy. And then over a period of time, he kind of backed away from it. And then once Edward arrived, it was, so when I say my guy, he would have been my eyes and ears on the file. He would have had a diminishing role in actually directing things because it would have fell to Betty and Gary at the time.
Thank you. So we were looking at paragraph 119. Mr. White forwarded the memorandum to the group listed here, including you, and attached an analysis conducted by CIMA to address the questions that Mr. Ferguson attributed to you from the meeting the week before. And that memo, there's a summary of it at 120. It looks at the period of time between 2009 and 2013 on Highway 406 in a particular segment, Highway 7 and 8 in a particular segment, and Highway 8 in a particular segment. Registrar, could you call that up? It's HAM 1095, please. Mr. McKinnon, do you recall reviewing this memorandum when you received it?
It doesn't look familiar to me, so I may have reviewed it at the time, but I'm not really recognizing it.
Okay. It does have, a formula and it's fairly detailed. Do you recall your staff raising its substance with you, in particular, the collision rate comparison between those comparator highways and the Link and the Red Hill?
Specifically?
No, okay. Do you recall learning that the collision memo, this one from 2018, showed that the collisions on the Link and the Red Hill were lower when compared to the 3 provincial roadways?
That does sound familiar.
Did that provide you with information you thought would be useful to the councillors at the Public Works Committee meeting?
Whether it was lower or higher, my focus was, that was a happy coincidence, but my focus was to give the councillors a better ability to have some context. So certainly it looked like it was good news, but I was more focused on, okay, now take that information, embed it into the council report so that the councillors can understand what the numbers mean.
Fair enough. So useful either way, just extra data is useful. But you understood that this actually showed that the Link and the Red Hill had fairly favorable conditions in terms of collision rates.
That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like. Yeah.
When you say you were trying to get it embedded into the material that was going to go to the councillors, this is just it's the evening of January 12th, and the Public Works Committee is on January 15th. Did you think that there was enough time to actually embed this information into the memo, or did you intend to provide that context, that data, verbally?
Yeah, so maybe a bad choice of words, but that obviously would have been too close to the committee meeting to physically change the report. I wouldn't have done anything with this. I wanted to make sure our staff would be able to speak to the issue because I was fairly certain council would be asking questions about what do these numbers mean by virtue of this. Dave and Martin or Betty or whoever would choose to answer the question could go through the data and explain it to them. But in the absence of it, they would have been able to provide context to council.
So it would be a helpful thing to have in their back pocket, as it were, and that they would raise it with councillors orally, if nothing else. Is that what your expectation was? I can't remember specifically. I mean, sometimes you can send out an email ahead of time with the information so that the councillors have a day ahead of time. But
That's not necessarily kind of the optics of that aren't great, sending emails that are relative to a report that's coming up. But I suspect this was going to be back pocket stuff so that if we did get the questions, they'd be able to help councils walk through it.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. You can go back into OD8. And if you can go to page 45, please. And if you can pull up 46 as well, please. Mr. McKinnon, looking at the bottom of 45 at paragraph 124, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Isapana from SEMA have another email exchange where SEMA provides additional comments for the collision memo, and in particular provides rates of what they in this chart call serious collisions, and in the email are say the proportion of fatal and injury collisions, severe collisions in the total number of collisions for the Link and the Red Hill and for comparison highways. Just stopping there, do you recall reviewing or receiving a chart that looked like the chart that is at the bottom of page 45?
I don't, and if I just might add, this is a great example of why I don't get involved in the details. Things changing like this, clearly this puzzle was being assembled on the fly here with this latest request that I had made, and I didn't have time to follow the bouncing ball and stuff like this. That's why it was always left up to the divisions to deal with it. So I may have seen this, I may not have seen this. I would have never been able to speak to it. So I'm not sure if I saw this or not.
Fair enough. So I do think that this eventually comes to you. So I am going to walk you through these weeds in a little bit of detail. So at the top of 46, Mr. Azipana says, the table shows that more than half of collisions on the Link and almost half of collisions on the Red Hill are either fatal or injury collisions. These percentages are significantly more than the highway sections in the comparison group. So recognizing you may not have had that chart, did you learn from your staff that these statistics that more than half or nearly half of collisions on these parkways were either fatal or injury collisions? And you can walk through the next several emails where your staff are saying, oh, we should tell Mr. McKinnon this.
So if your question is, do I recall this?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay. So you'll see from the next few emails that Mr. McKinnon, Mr. White, and Ms. Matthews Malone do talk about this, why these parkways are less forgiving, they say. And Ms. Matthews Malone responds and says that they should notify you prior to the PWC meeting later that day. So this is at 8:15 a.m. on January 15, 2018. Registrar, can you go to the next page? So the meeting is the next day. So pardon me, I forgot 129 at the top. Mr. White forwarded this email to you and said, here's SEMA added some additional data. Registrar, could you pull that out so that Mr. McKinnon can see it? And frankly, so I can. At this point in the day, our eyes all get tired. So Mr. White emails you and says, here's some additional data on injury and fatality rates, see below. In this regard, where we have a higher rate than the comparative data. This is likely caused by speeding and distracted driving. So recognizing you may not remember now, I just wanted to provide that to you to show where and how your staff provided this information to you. Does this refresh your memory about receiving those statistics about injury fatal collisions?
No.
Registrar, you can close this down. Did you attend the PWC meeting that was on January 15th? As set out in paragraph 130?
I don't know if there's an attendance sheet there. Clerks often takes attendance. I suspect I was there, but I don't have a memory of it.
You don't have any recollection of presenting. If you were there, it was to support your staff. Is that right?
I attended every PWC committee I could because I was the GM of PW. So
Was that your personal practice, or is that actually a requirement for the general manager?
I'm not sure I'd use the word requirement, but I just think it's certainly the expectation that the department head attends the committee meeting that is for their department. Yeah, I'd have to have a pretty good excuse not to be there.
There were a number of things on the agenda on this day. Do you recall whether the Red Hill link report that we went through before lunch that was submitted on this day was well received by council?
I don't remember the meeting, so I don't remember any particular particulars from the meeting itself.
Registrar, could you go to the next page and call out 132, please? So you sent a calendar invite to a number of your more senior staff, Ms. Matthews-Malone, Ms. White, Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Mader in traffic, and Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire in engineering services, and to Grant McGuire. Do you know why you copied Grant McGuire? Do you know Grant McGuire?
I assume that was a typo and that was supposed to mean Gord, but no, I don't know any Grant McGuire that I can think of.
I assume too, but I just wanted to check. Yeah. This calendar invite was for a meeting for January 31st, and the subject line was follow up on the Red Hill Report Committee, PW Committee, January 15th. Did you have a practice to have debriefs after Public Works Committee meetings?
I would say it was not a regular thing, but if something happened during the meeting that I felt we needed to debrief on, then I would call for a debrief.
Okay. And in this one, you have already gathered up a group of people for the pre-brief, if you will, the meeting before. Do you recall why you wanted to have a follow-up meeting with this group of staff after the Public Works Committee meeting?
I don't.
Okay. I can tell you that the recommendations in the report were accepted by and large by the Public Works Committee. Does that assist you either way?
No.
Okay. Registrar, could you close that out? And could you go to page 52, please? And can you pull at 145? So we don't have any notes from the January 31st meeting the calendar invitation that we were just looking at. But we do have this email from Mr. Ferguson who says, on February 1st, at our management meeting yesterday, the general manager asked the question of why are motorists more likely to be injured traveling on our roadways when involved in a collision compared to others, and why is it so close to 50%? So this, at least my interpretation is that that's a reference to those statistics that SEMA provided just before the Public Works Committee meeting. And I think the reference here is to you as general manager. Do you recall raising questions about that statistic or those statistics at the meeting on January 31st? I'm sorry, I can see that you recorded it saying, I think you said, I don't know. I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't recall that. No.
Thank you. Is it that you don't recall the meeting on the 31st, January 31st at all, or you just don't remember having this part of the discussion?
Both.
Okay. Knowing the way that you interact with your staff and the way that you practice, would this statistic be something that you'd want to have the staff dig into?
Absolutely. I would want to hear, likely would wanted to hear their reaction to why is that, and then hear what their plan is for evaluating it.
Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 54-148? And if you can pull that. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Registrar. This is just a little bit more context. Mr. Ferguson and SEMA have a bit of a back and forth as a follow-up to the question of why is that stat at 50%? Mr. Ferguson says RGM, which I think again is reference to you, and then the director of Eng, Gary Moore, questioned this statistic. Not sure if you've met Gary, but he emphatically questioned that RGM was pretty supportive, but when Gary went off in the meeting, he raised the question. So on that, does that refresh your memory about the meeting on January 31st at all?
Not really, no.
Do you recall at any meeting dealing with the RHVP related tasks after the January 2018 meeting that Mr. Moore engaged in any conduct that could be described as being emphatic?
I don't have a specific memory of this meeting, so I guess the answer is no.
Well, it doesn't have to be this meeting, just I'm asking about a general recollection of meetings with Mr. Moore in this period of time. Does the description that Mr. Ferguson has provided to you, does that twig any memory for you?
About Gary in any meeting?
About Gary in any meeting around this period of time related to the Red Hill, related to an issue around collision?
I can't, well, I don't have a specific memory of the meetings around the Red Hill.
Okay.
Gary, Gary could be dismissive sometimes, so I don't know. I think you'd have to ask, I guess that's Mr. Ferguson, what he meant by that, but I don't have any recollection of the meetings around the Red Hill at this point.
In respect of Mr. Moore, did you have the impression from him that he was reluctant to accept any suggestion that the Red Hill needed improvements?
Considering I don't remember the meeting, I don't remember that kind of a discussion, so no.
I was actually speaking more generally. In your discussions with Mr. Moore, let's say through 2017 and into 2018 before he retired, do you remember having any discussions with him in which you were left with the impression that he thought the road was fine, just fine as is, and didn't need to be improved?
To have a precise memory about a specific conversation, no, I don't.
I was actually, I was trying to come up with a, sort of a general comment rather than a specific memory, but were you left with the impression that Mr. Moore, from any conversation you had with him in that period of time, that he thought the road was fine or well designed, and that it didn't, and that the attempts for these safety improvements were unnecessary?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question. The witness has stated that he does not have a recollection of any specific discussion where he was left with that impression. So I don't know how you can have an impression without a recollection of a specific event.
I don't think that's quite right. I think there's been some misunderstanding of what the question is in terms of how specific it is intended to be to a particular meeting. So I'm going to allow the question to be put again by Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. My question is, in 2017 and 2018, did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore in which you were left with the impression that he thought the Red Hill was well designed and that it didn't need any safety improvements?
I don't recall any conversations like that. I don't recall having the impression that he had conveyed that to me about the Red Hill.
Do you recall, and during that same period of time, discussions with Mr. Moore in which he left with you with the impression that any concerns with the Red Hill were attributable to driver conduct?
I recall comments from Gary, and I can't tell you when, but Gary had identified driver behavior, I think on a number of occasions, as far as being the cause for the accidents, or a portion of the accidents on the Red Hill. And I think that was supported by some of the things I'd read in the media, some of the data points around people speeding and that kind of thing. So that's familiar to me. I don't have any memory of Gary, making comments otherwise.
Thank you. Going back to this back and forth about that 50% number being fatalities and serious injuries, do you recall later coming to learn that that statistic was not related to fatalities and serious injuries, but rather related to fatalities and any injury at all?
That sounds familiar. And again, another example of why this was something I couldn't spend time on because it kept moving around. And that's why I tried to stay out of the weeds on stuff like this. That is my recollection, that somehow the second set of data, there was a question mark around it because of the way the reporting was being done. So that sounds familiar and would reinforce why I didn't get involved in details like this, because I would not have time to keep following the bouncing ball on issues like this, which would be all across Public Works.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 62 of OD8. And if you can call it the bottom half of this this page, please. So these are emails that you are not copied on between individuals that I don't think you had any connection to, at least in January of 2018. It's a third-party consultant speaking to another third-party consultant, Dr. Uzarowski. And they exchanged a link to an article in the Hamilton Spectator dated January 15th, 2018. So I'm really just showing you this for a little bit of context, because I'm not going to go into in the article itself, but rather just an excerpt. So it's January 15th, and it's called "Scratching the Surface for Answers on Red Hill Paving." Registrar, can you close that and go to the next page, please? The article, excuse me, covers some of the same ground as the article we were looking at earlier, the July 2017 article. It references some comments from Mr. Moore, some references to some families who had lost their children and were suggesting that medium barriers would be appropriate. Would it be helpful if I try to blow it out? It won't blow out by all that much, but Registrar, could you blow it, pop out the font in 169, just so that nobody needs to be so close to the screen. Is that at all better?
Yep. Thank you.
And it so it deals with medium various issues, and it starts off by referencing that the city of Hamilton had hired a consultant to test the asphalt on the Red Hill. Results that were expected to show once and for all that there is a problem with the material. So just stopping there, do you recall, did you, whether or not you read this article at the time that it was published?
I don't recall.
Did you have a practice of reviewing media around Public Works Committee meetings? That is, to see what the media was saying following from Public Works Committee meetings?
No, generally the directors would do that. And if they identified something just prior to a committee meeting where they thought it might come up, they might make me aware, or they'd at a minimum prepare themselves to respond to it.
Okay. The next paragraph references that the park had been subject to complaints. Like the July 2017 article says, friction testing had been inconclusive. And in the fourth paragraph, the article says that samples were collected before Christmas being sent to Ireland for specialized analysis. So your evidence earlier was that Mr. Moore had conveyed to you at some point that he was sending samples to Ireland. Does that refresh your memory about whether you reviewed this, that paragraph refresh your memory about whether you reviewed this article around the time that it was published?
No.
Do you recall from the conversations that you had with Mr. Moore, if you understood that the testing he was doing by sending those samples to Ireland related to frictional qualities of the asphalt?
No, I don't.
You don't recall either way?
No, I mean, the best memory I have of the discussions with Gary, it was always about top-down cracking that he was reacting to.
I understand. I'm talking specifically about that testing, why you had to send something to Ireland, which is something I think stuck in your memory because it's unusual. And my question was if you recalled, especially being given a bit more context with this article sitting here today, whether you recalled knowing that samples that were being tested actually were that was testing for frictional qualities.
No, I didn't know that.
Registrar, you can close this down. Could you go to page 70 of OD 8? In February of 2018, you had some exchanges with the mayor and with Mr. White, again, about the cat's eyes that had come up the year before. For ease of review, I'm actually going to go into the document itself. Registrar, can you go to HAM 35357? And can you start at image 4? Registrar, you can take down OD 8 and that's perfect. And image 4, please.
Sorry, this copy that I have only has 2 pages.
And image 2 will work for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McKinnon, this is an email exchange that is with you and Mr. White and Mayor Eisenberger. And you'll see it starts at the bottom from a message from Mr. White about replacing or not replacing pavement marking reflectors. Registrar, just for ease of being able to see this, could you call out the bottom half of the right-hand image, please? And he says we're not replacing the markers. We'll do that as part of the scope of the repaving. We are repainting the link with durable plastic pavement marking. And he says, hope that helps, Dan. And then you flip that email to the mayor and you say, and follow up to your questions. Do you recall having a discussion verbally with the mayor about reflectors in 2018?
Verbally, I may have, but I don't remember it.
Okay, we don't have a document that would explain what prompted this back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Registrar, could you close that down?
If I may, Ms. Lawrence.
Please do.
This is an excellent example of the difficulty I had trying to balance staying out of the weeds with trying to represent public works. So it's a perfect example of how I would get wasting my time being an information traffic cop. And this is what I was always trying to stay out of, was just relaying information back and forth. And then somewhere along the line, people are asking me technical questions that I have no business answering. And so the balance that I was always trying to strike was being informed enough so that I could represent the department and possibly answer the odd question at council, and staying out of the weeds so that I could do my job. And so I can't think of a better example of that than right here, where I've had enough and I've said, Martin, can you please follow up with the mayor? So forgive my tone, but this would happen to me periodically where I would get sucked into these details where I had no place being. So
thank you for that context. When dealing with the mayor, I presume you do want to have enough information that you can sort of satisfy him that you are responsive. Is that fair, that you're also trying to balance that?
Yeah, but by the same token, I dig a hole for myself, and this is a great example of it. So I would often, receive a request from the mayor. Well, often when I would receive a request from the mayor, I tried as much as possible to redirect it to the staff person who wanted it. But sometimes I would get caught thinking, okay, I can just answer this and move on and onto something else. And before you know it, I'm bogged down in something where I shouldn't be. So this was a constant thing that, quite frankly, you have to stay on guard out for when you're at the general manager level, or else you end up spending time on things that are really providing no value.
Again, thank you for that context. So you'll see in response, the mayor comes back and says, when is the resurfacing scheduled for? Is it years away? What do we do with these reflectors in the meantime? Is it a warranty issue? So, some of those points are very in the weeds. Is it a warranty issue? What do we do with the reflectors? The question of resurfacing, I'd suggest to you, is a bigger question. Were you aware of the timeline for resurfacing as of February 2018?
I don't think so. I mean, ultimately, we never did it in 2018. So, again, this is probably a good example of how fluid things can be. The original intent was to pave in 2018, but with all this analysis going on between hot in place and other options, the date kept moving. And so, again, at my peril, I would maybe try to answer this and get bogged down into a whole other discussion with engineering about finding out when the resurfacing started. So forgive me, but the answer to your question is, I don't think I knew when the resurfacing was going to start. Okay.
And then you have some back and forth. You say, don't want to overreact to this, but let's chat. What sort of overreaction were you trying to avoid in yourself?
I forgive me, but I think the frustration I'm feeling now is the frustration I was feeling then, because I'm reliving it, and these types of things were frustrating for me because it just felt like it was wasting my time. So I probably called Martin and said, like, okay, I'm going to connect you with the mayor because I don't need to be in this conversation at this point. The mayor was asking fair questions. It's just that I was just going to be an information clerk, provide back and forth. And it's not unreasonable for the mayor to think that I would be involved at this level of detail, but I just wasn't, and I shouldn't be.
I see that. That's helpful. I think another interpretation of this is, I don't want to overreact to this, in that the mayor asking us, why is rescheduling not happening when we said it was going to happen? Is that a possible interpretation? Again, it's your email, so I'm just asking if that might be what you were concerned about.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was in my mind at the time. I'm not sure what I meant by that, to be honest.
Okay. Maybe I'll put it differently. Sitting as general manager, did you have concerns with the fact that rescheduling had been at least discussed, bandied about, to be happening in 2018, and then it wasn't, and it was going to be at some point after 2018? Did that raise at your level a concern for you?
No, it's one of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of projects where their schedules change and move and shift, and notwithstanding the fact that it's a higher profile project, it wouldn't have stood out to me as something that I would necessarily need to pay a lot of attention to.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could go back into OD 8, page 79, please. And if you can call it 216. In March, you sent bi-monthly reoccurring calendar invitations beginning on April 9th, titled Red Hill Link Discussion. So just stopping there bi-monthly every 2 months. And the attendees were some people from traffic and operations and engineering, including Ms. Matthews Malone, who was the director, Mr. McGuire, at this point, having that dual role, the part of the director role in engineering, Mr. Sadawi from engineering, Ms. Leichman, manager in continuous improvement and quality, Mr. Soldo, and Ms. Morello, and I think an assistant. Why did you include, or why did you want to have bi-monthly meetings with a group of staff that were in traffic engineering, engineering services, continuous improvement, and your general manager's office?
So I think this was the continuing evolution of what eventually we called the Parkways Management Committee. And so the fact that I have Pat Leishman there tells me that is exactly what it is. So the idea that you have this main piece of infrastructure that runs through the city, it's obviously a very high profile, one of the most expensive pieces of infrastructure we have, all manner of issues around it with respect to conversations with council, that kind of thing. So I wanted to have a regular meeting so that nothing fell through the cracks, because some of the responsibilities were sitting in different divisions, even after my restructuring, where I was trying to reduce the amount of crossover and putting myself as the crossover manager. You can only go so far with that. And so for those folks who might be familiar with quality management systems, I wanted somebody to be the process owner specifically for this meeting on my behalf. And that's why Pat Leishman was there. And what that means is I'm not going to rely on anybody in transportation or engineering to own this. I'm going to kind of own it out of my shop, and Pat's going to be the process owner, which means she's going to be responsible for scheduling the meetings every 2 months. She's going to be responsible for soliciting ideas from people as far as agendas for those meetings. She's going to be responsible for making sure that minutes get done, and then any action items that come of the meetings. You know, one of my observations was that when you have this type of, I'll call it a committee, if you don't put the ownership in the right place, it doesn't continue to happen or be as effective as it should be. And that's why I put Pat in charge of it, because she had nothing to do with the road. She had nothing to do with the individual portfolios, but from a quality management perspective, she was going to be the process owner, and she reported directly to me. So the content and the action items of the meeting wouldn't necessarily be of real significance to me or Pat, but she would make sure that she was tracking the items so that if there was action items for Mr. Ferguson or Betty or Sam or Gord that tracked on a regular basis. So when we came to the next meeting, we could review them together and nothing would fall through the cracks.
Thank you. That's helpful. I note that this is at a fairly high level, except for perhaps Mr. Ferguson, who was at the superintendent level. There's no one on here who is a project manager. I mean, a sort of more low level person who might go and sort of implement things. Was that intentional?
It was not intentional to not have those people in the meeting. Betty, Dave Ferguson, and Martin White were the transportation folks, and at any time they could have had other people there that they might feel should be sitting in on this meeting. But they were just and I mean, Dave Ferguson, he was at the superintendent level, so or senior project manager level. So he did implement things and he was the transportation safety guy. So yeah, there's nothing that looks odd to me as far as the membership at this meeting, recognizing that it's not necessarily my meeting, it's our meeting, and anybody was able to invite other folks who they thought might be important for any particular meeting, depending on the agenda.
I'll ask the question in reverse. Did you focus specifically on people who had authority and roles of seniority within their respective divisions? Was that part intentional?
Yes. There was no question if I wanted directors there.
I know you've given quite a long answer about this meeting, so apologies if I'm asking a question again. But what was the impetus of this meeting? And I'll give two examples to frame your answer. Was it related to the traffic projects that had come out of the last Public Works Committee meeting, or to the restructuring that was going on, or to both, or to neither?
I would say it was to both and to more. Anything around the transportation system with a primary focus on the parkways, whether it was studies, capital planning. One of the things that I recall being discussed here was the idea of having an annual shutdown so they could do maintenance. There was, it just felt to me like there was always stuff all over the place relative to both parkways when it came to studies or capital or, things that might have been coming out of planning and ECDEV. And I just wanted to make sure that there was a regular check-in so that Sam and Martin and Betty and they could all hear each other and we wouldn't lose track of anything. But I wasn't keeping track of the stuff. It was really, my thing was I characterized it as my meeting to get people's attention to say, I'm calling a meeting, I want you there. And then the fact that it was a process that was out of my office, people would feel more compelled to show up for it.
Thank you. And do you recall, did they show up for it? Was it a meeting that, was it a series of meetings that were well attended by people at the director level? Yes.
And I would say that there was regular commentary about how much everybody appreciated it because it kept them all on the same page. And because they would often learn something new from somebody about what had happened, and they would all provide updates. And so it was, I would say the culture around this meeting was very positive.
You said earlier in your evidence that one of the things you wanted to start doing was having project charters. And I think that was in the context of projects where there was going to be a consultant. We were talking about in the context of that the auditor's report about consultants. But taking it out from that context, just project charters generally, did you view that this meeting or this collection of people was the kind of committee that should actually be formalized? I mean, I know eventually it gets a name, but besides calling it something, did you foresee that it was going to become something that would be formalized with a charter and with a scope and all of those sorts of things?
Yes. And again, just vernacular, we ended up developing in terms of reference for this. So, and your comment about charters, they would apply to projects beyond just consultant assignments, capital projects. Anytime you're going to have something that has a start and an end with a bunch of people doing something, I wanted them to have a charter. This, because it was more of an organizational structure tool, I guess. I was referring to it as a terms of reference, and eventually we did create a terms of reference for what is this meeting, what's the scope, who attends, what's the point of having the meeting, so that as members change, new people could come in and they get up to speed pretty quick as to why are we here. This type of meeting, if you don't have a terms of reference, the conversation and the agendas can start to zigzag all over the place if you're not careful. So I wanted to stay very focused on the Parkways here and make sure that nothing was getting dropped.
The terms of reference are created, and I believe that they're created quite a number of months after this first meeting. In your recollection, was it or a year or more before you really formalized this committee into what became the Parkways Management Committee with terms of reference?
I believe that's correct. We had a number of discussions about it, and by the time, I put Pat in charge, and she kind of turned her mind to it. She was the one that was able to kind of get it going and actually get it down on paper and get it in front of the committee.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 92, please. Could you call out the first couple of paragraphs of 253 along with the text of 253? Yeah, thank you. Sure, thank you. Mr. McKinney, you're not copied on this, but this it appears to me, I interpret it to be an email from Mr. Ferguson to Mr. Cameron to prepare for the upcoming bi-monthly Lincoln Parkway meeting. And he says, Gord, please send a designate. And then he says to Anne, I've included you as I would like to discuss setting up a website page specific to the Red Hill and the link. And on that, were you aware of Mr. Ferguson's interest in setting up a web page that was specific to the Parkways?
No, that doesn't sound familiar. It sounds like a good idea, but I don't recall it.
Okay. More generally, and not necessarily externally facing the way a website could be, do you recall having discussions with staff about creating ways to have a centralized location to save materials that would be relevant to people who attended these meetings?
Yes. When I became the general manager, there were, I think, 11 asset management software programs across Public Works. There was, the name's escaping me now, the program that Gord used for project information. ProjectWise. There were other groups that had other versions of that. And I had most familiarity with something called Intellex as a document management system. So Intellex wasn't necessarily project focused. And then we had also been experimenting with across the department with different types of SharePoints. And so as you can imagine, there's going to be data all over the place. And my goal through the quality management was to get it all into one place. And so many, if not all of the documents that I would anticipate that would come out of this meeting and that Dave might have been referring to there, I thought could sit nicely in Intellex. And so this was one of the efforts that I was pushing forward, is to get everybody onto Intellex. It didn't mean I was going to replace ProjectWise for Gord, but so that the information could be shared broadly. And then additionally, in support of the transparency by design or disclosure by design that corporately we wanted to do, you'd have much fewer systems that you were working with. So forgive that long-winded answer. I think that is what you're asking.
It is, thank you. Had you identified that there had been issues with information not being shared prior to you joining as general manager?
I'm not sure I had a strong feeling that people weren't sharing it. I think I had a feeling that people were just finding it difficult to find it because it might be residing in different locations. So I think that was in my mind more than this idea that, well, people aren't sharing.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this out and go to page 86, please? I'm not going to pull this out because I'm going to go directly to the document, but you'll see, Mr. McKenna, at the bottom of this page, Mr. Ferguson created a briefing note containing information about the status of initiatives on the Red Hill. And I'm going to go to it. It's HAM 1171. And as that's coming up, you spoke about briefing notes before. Was this your preferred format to receive information from staff?
Yeah, I mean, I can be loose with the vernacular, I guess. This looks like kind of the memo template from the City of Hamilton. Briefing notes look a little different. Tech memos look a little different again, but essentially they all do the same thing. They provide you with Cole's notes of an issue, and so that you're only reading through 2 or 3 pages as opposed to a 50-page report. Thank you.
So this is sort of following from our as I took you through some of the documents around the comparator highways and the the fatalities and injuries collisions. And so Mr. Ferguson is answering 2 questions. Why are motorists more likely to be injured traveling on roadways than involved in a collision versus comparison roadways? And why are collisions and injuries occurring? And in that second part, Registrar, could you pull out on the right-hand side under 2, in the top half? That one. Yes, thank you. I think I've asked you this at various times, but at this point, so this is March of 2018, did you understand that the primary reason for collisions on the parkways related to driver conduct?
I mean, at this point in time, I don't recall what my understanding was, but that was a prevailing understanding all the way through this, is that driver behavior was not the only contributor, but a pretty significant one to the collisions that were happening.
Thank you. You can close this down, close the call out. This briefing note also contains the current status of outstanding items from the January 2018 PwC meeting. By March, did you have any concerns about the momentum for the projects that were still on Public Works staff's plate?
Specifically to this report, the projects that were identified in the original report?
Yeah, so from January, we're now in March. Did you have any concerns about dragging or lagging in terms of coming out of that PwC meeting in January and trying to implement the next steps relating to the parkways?
If Betty wasn't making me aware of any concerns, then I wouldn't have had any concerns. I wouldn't have been paying attention to the details.
Okay. Under the bottom, at the very bottom, it says additional action items recommended by staff. And one of them is a messaging webpage, and the other is a dedicated section in the annual collision report. Were you familiar with the annual collision report?
Was I familiar with it in March of 2018? I certainly became familiar with it at some point. I don't know how familiar with it I was at that moment. Okay.
When you became familiar with it, I think it might have been a little later from now, but I'll ask again at an appropriate time. Did you appreciate that the annual collision report had a specific section for the Red Hill and the link.
That sounds familiar. That would make sense.
And was that your preference to provide particular information about the Red Hill and the link in a public document like that?
I don't think I directed anybody to do it, but that would have made sense for them to do it that way. If I saw it, I'm sure I would have appreciated, because of the status and the profile and the traffic volumes and the speed, and it would make sense to have its own section.
Thank you. I note the time. It's 3:17, and we usually take our break at 3 o'clock. I do note, because of my request to end a little early today, we don't going to have very much time. I'd propose, subject to any to your views, Commissioner, that we take a 10-minute break and then come back so that we have a little bit more time.
Sure. Oh, well, why don't we just say 3:30?
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon, we were just talking about some circumstances in 2018, and we're going to go back there. Can you, Registrar, go into OD 8, page 97, please? And can you call out the first 3 paragraphs? Thank you. So these paragraphs relate to Mr. Moore's retirement. And the first is from March of 2018. You emailed Mr. Moore attaching a retirement agreement. I'm not going to go into the retirement agreement, but in terms of the timing, March 2018, when did you first learn that Mr. Moore intended to retire?
There was a conversation that had started in the fall of 2017, I believe. Gary and I had regular dialogue about his retirement for a long period of time before this day. I don't know the day specifically, but I would say it was in the fall of 2017. So I know he had been thinking about it. And then a conversation emerged about him retiring and then maybe moving over on a contract basis to the LRT office. So I suspect he was dialoguing with Chris at the time too. I'm not entirely sure, but there was this understanding that when the time came when he was going to retire, he was going to move over and work on a contract out of the LRT office for a period of time.
Thank you. Can you close this down? And can you call it 267, please? So again, this is I'm not going to go into the retirement agreement itself, but this is a comment that was included in it. I'm only retiring in order to take this position, and that's in reference to the LRT. I'm not otherwise retiring and had no intent to retire until Chris Murray requested that I take this work on. Given your evidence just now about the discussions that started in 2017 with Mr. Moore, was it your understanding that Mr. Moore's intention to resign was linked to taking on a position at the LRT?
Yeah, I don't recall seeing this language in the agreement. I'm not sure it was in the agreement that I had. Maybe it was and I just missed it, but
it may not have been. I think it was in an email that went to Ms. Fontana.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it in print that way before, but I think I did have an understanding that if it was not for the LRT, then Gary probably would have continued to work for a bit longer.
Registrar, can you close this down? And can you call out the bottom of 268? I guess it doesn't make sense to not call out the top of 260, the rest of 268 as well. Thank you. So, Mr. McKinnon, this is April 13th, so we've moved ahead a little in time from your discussions, or at least the initial email in March, and you sent out an announcement for his retirement, congratulating him on 30 years of delivering some significant capital works, some of the most significant capital works that Hamilton has seen. And you note that his last day as a city employee will be May 25, and then he joins the LRT office. Registrar, you can close those down. That was really just for context in terms of the timing. So you've already given some evidence about Mr. McGuire taking on part of the portfolio of the Director of Engineering Services. What was the process to fill Mr. Moore's role going forward from this announcement?
I would say we had a typical recruitment. We did a posting internally and externally. We advertised, to the best of my memory, in a number of publications, the posting, and we had a number of candidates apply for it. I have to look through the file, but I have a recollection that there was a significant response to it, and we interviewed a number of people.
Was Mr. McGuire in an acting role officially during that period of time, or was the position or the responsibilities that Mr. Moore had held, was that position vacant during the recruitment process?
No, I believe I put Gord in it because he was acting for the front end of engineering services. So when Gary retired, I just made him acting director while we undertook the recruitment. I couldn't have people reporting to me, so somebody had to be acting in the role.
Thank you. And eventually he was the successful candidate for the permanent position. Did you do any role from April of 2018 until he got into the permanent position to ensure a true smooth transition between Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire?
I apologize. I didn't hear the very first part of that.
The very first part was Mr. McGuire was the successful candidate in the permanent position.
Right.
And then part of my question was, did you have any role from April of 2018 until Mr. McGuire was in the permanent position to ensure a smooth transition between Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire?
I'm not sure I did anything overtly. Gord had worked in the division for, I think, his whole career. I think Gord's a 25-year man. He had been in engineering services for the entire time. He'd been a manager there on the leadership team there for a significant period of time. He'd been acting in the role for months. Other than having my usual quality times, him and I were already getting up to speed on a lot of the issues as a result of his acting time from January. I can't think of anything overtly that I did beyond, having regular dialogue with him. He was already a peer of all the other managers. So I was very confident that there wasn't going to be anything about engineering services that I know that he didn't already. So I don't think I did anything overtly. I have a sense that Gary might have prepared some briefing notes for Gord, but I can't say with certainty.
Okay. If he did he do that at your direction, or do you just think that he might have done that?
I may have asked him to do it, or he may have done it on his own volition.
Okay. Turning now to OD 9A, page 23, please. I think that's OD 8, OD 9A, page 23. Thank you. Registrar, could you call out the bottom half of this page, please, under our HVP lighting study? You gave some evidence earlier about lighting on the Red Hill and what you understood. This now is in June of 2018, and SEMA has been engaged to assist with an assessment of lighting pursuant to that council or the Public Works Committee direction. If you look to 53, Mr. Field, do you know Mr. Field?
I do.
Mr. Field, who was at the time in lighting within engineering services, forwarded a request to get an environmental assessment from the Upper Red Hill at the request of SEMA. And he's looking to other people in engineering services. Registrar, could you close this out and go to the next page, please? And can you call it the section above HIR suitability study? Thank you. So he's having some back and forth with Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck in design. And you're not copied on these emails, but he says to them, this is an ongoing assessment that's being done at the request of council. It's a full-on review of the safety performance of the link and the Red Hill with a focus on lighting. They've done a complete EA review of the link in the Red Hill and want to examine the Upper Red Hill EA. The next paragraph, which is about a week after Mr. Field is sending these emails, is that you and Mr. McGuire met with the subject line of the calendar invitation, link Red Hill lighting. I wanted to give you that context that's in the earlier paragraphs to assist you with whether you can recall the subject of or the content of that meeting with Mr. McGuire.
Did Mr. McGuire set that meeting up? Do you know?
I am sure I can find that out.
I'm just curious. It may not be relevant, but no, I don't have any recollection of that. This feels to me like an example of, periodically, Gord, probably more so than others, would want to keep me up to date on things, and that might have had something to do with the proximity of our offices, but I don't recall the discussion around this.
Thank you. So just as a note, the calendar invitation that's referenced here was sent by you on the same day, June 11th at 10:22, and it's for an 11:30 meeting. So it looks like you're setting a calendar invitation, but just for later that same day. Okay. And it's from you to yourself and to Mr. McGuire. I ask, and I recognize you may not have a particular recollection of this. At this point, as Mr. Field has said in the emails he's sending to those in design, SEMA has done a complete EA review at this point. Leaving aside your recollection of June 11th, do you recall at some point in the summer, spring or summer of 2018, Mr. McGuire updating you about SEMA's conclusions coming out of their EA review?
I suspect Gord did. I can't remember the details of it, but.
So SEMA, and this is really just a high-level summary, SEMA's finding was that there was no restriction on broader illumination from their review of the EA. Was that consistent with, or does that assist you with refreshing your memory about whether Mr. McGuire updated you about what the EA actually said and whether illumination was possible on the Red Hill?
That does sound familiar. I believe Gord did make me aware of that.
Was that consistent with information or with your understanding of the ability to add further illumination on the Red Hill?
To the extent that I was in the sausage making on this particular issue, I thought there was some prohibition against putting any more lighting in this, and I think that was the point that Gord was making when he made me aware of it, is that there was this belief that you couldn't put any more lighting. They've done a review and there doesn't seem to be anything prohibiting it. So
your evidence earlier today was, I believe, that Mr. Moore had conveyed to you at some point that in order to add illumination, you'd have to conduct an EA, and there would, and he said there would be environmental issues and that there would be Indigenous concerns. I don't have your evidence from this morning right in front of me, but do you remember that evidence? And have I summarized it fairly?
You have.
Did Mr. McGuire tell you that indeed the next thing would be, from SEMA's perspective, to complete a fresh EA?
I don't recall that, but Gord likely told me that.
Did you understand from discussions with Mr. McGuire that the next step would be quite an extensive step? Much like Mr. Moore had said, there would have to be environmental issues, Indigenous consultation, those sorts of things. Did he get to that layer of detail with you?
He may have.
Maybe even taking a step even higher level, were you left with the impression from Mr. McGuire that adding additional illumination on the Red Hill would be a significant long-term and expensive project?
I don't know that Gord would have had to tell me that. I think I already had a sense that if that was going to happen, it was going to be fairly expensive.
Fair enough. Did you have a view about whether the city should, or the city staff should recommend taking that next step?
No, I don't think we're the next step, meaning what, the EA?
Meaning starting the process to conduct an EA and assess what environmental issues need to be addressed.
I don't recall having an opinion about that. I suspect that council would probably be supportive of at least doing the EA.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to a different topic now. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go into this document 9A and to page 53, please. In August, Mr. Ferguson prepared an updated memo, much like the one that we looked at earlier, that's a briefing memo. And he did so on August 2nd, and then he circulated it to you. You'll see in 127 on August 21. Registrar, could you call out paragraph 127? Thank you. I'm going to take you into this in a moment, but just for context, Mr. Ferguson sent his updated memo, an earlier memo from March 2018, the report back from January 2018, and correspondence between Mayor Eisenberger and Stephen DeLuca, the Minister of Transportation, which was in respect of the potential for widening and the connection of the parkways to provincial highways. Given that summary, do you recall receiving those documents from Mr. Ferguson?
I don't.
Okay.
Notwithstanding the fact that Mr. Ferguson's a great guy, this much email traffic from a superintendent in public works was an indication I wasn't managing my time very well. So I shouldn't be involved at this level. So, but no, I don't remember it.
To provide a little bit more context, this is August 21, and one of your bi-monthly meetings for that group that you say eventually became the Parkway Management Committee was scheduled for August 30th.
Okay.
I don't know if that changes your perspective, but and maybe I'll say it this way, was this the kind of information that you were hoping to receive and circulate to those groups in advance of those bi-monthly meetings?
Yeah, I was hoping for them to share that amongst themselves. I don't want to sound flippant, but this is sausage making that I didn't need to be involved in.
Fair enough. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 1388? And could you, thank you. This is the memorandum. Does it look familiar to you?
I suspect I saw it. It doesn't look familiar to me, but.
Okay, Registrar, you can close that down. And if you can go to 9A, page 54. You'll see, Registrar, can you call out 129, please? Thank you. Can you make that smaller and also call out HAM 1383? And can you call out that appointment as well? Mr. McKinnon, on August 3rd, you sent a invitation to Mr. Soldo, having recently joined the roads and traffic, and Gord Maguire. And the subject was meeting and go for lunch. And it was scheduled for August 30 from 10:30 to 1:30 p.m. And the attachment was the RHV link update memo, which I believe was the memo we were just looking at for Mr. Ferguson. Do you recall why you arranged for a quite a lengthy lunch and meeting with Mr. Soldo and Mr. Maguire?
I'd be speculating, but I take notice of the date there. This request went out on August the 3rd. Edward had just started with the city probably a few weeks before. He was going to have to work very closely with Gord. So the fact that I invited them both out for lunch suggests to me that we can talk about this memo, but it's also an opportunity for the three of us to sit and get to know each other. I mean, obviously I knew Gord, but so I think it was probably all of that wrapped together.
Was that your sort of management style to do lunches or longer informal meetings with new colleagues?
Yeah, even with colleagues that weren't new, I always made an attempt to, with every couple of months, to try to grab a director and go out for lunch. In this particular case, the relationship between Gord's portfolio and Ed's portfolio, it's very important for those two folks to be on the same page. And you know, you only get one chance to make a first impression. It was early for Gord or Edward, so I wanted to, I wanted to set the tone that you guys are going to be working closely together. And I think because this was a current, timely issue, the link update, that we could look at that at the same time.
Okay, so you just chose something you thought that would be a sort of a connection for them, rather than having a specific desire to have a discussion on a particular date with them about this?
I honestly don't recall if it was, it probably wasn't random. Gord, again, was in an office 10 feet from mine. So Gord and I may have been talking about it in the hallway that day and said, okay, well, it's a current issue. That's a complicated one. So let's get together and have a bite to eat.
Okay. There was a chronology that was created in 2019 that goes through a number of different events, and it was prepared by Ms. Graham with input from others, and it has some entries for this period of time. Registrar, can you close these down and go to HAM 55560? And can you go to image 5, please? Could you call out the first third of that page? Yeah, if you can make it as big as you can. These are this is very small writing. Mr. McKinnon, you'll see that these are some entries from August of 2018, again, in this lengthy chronology. Do you recall reviewing this chronology at any point? I can go through it, but it's basically a spreadsheet that looks like this.
I will say it looks familiar, so I believe I've seen it. Okay.
On August 1st, Ms. Matthews Malone retires. Mr. Soldo starts just before that. It says on August 15th, Martin White emails Mr. Soldo a draft of the 2017 annual collision report, which shows wet weather issues on the Red Hill. Soldo requests meeting with key players held on August 30. So just stopping there, do you recall receiving a copy of the draft annual collision report in or around August of 2018?
I do not.
Okay. And would you put that in the category of sausage making?
It was the collision. Are you referencing the collision report or the council report that would have the collision report maybe appended to it?
Well, I guess either. I was referencing the actual annual collision report itself.
If the generally it was sausage making, but the only caveat would be that if they were intending to take a council report to committee and speaking to the collision report and appending it to it, then I might take a cursory review of it. Yeah.
Okay.
If it was going to end up before a committee, then I'd probably want to have a quick look at it.
Okay. So in this entry, it says Solda request meeting with key players held August 30. Now we know from just looking at that calendar that you actually sent that on August 3rd for August 30. Do you recall having lunch with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo and attending a meeting with a broader group of people on the same day, including Mr. Ferguson?
I don't remember a meeting like that.
Okay.
It's certainly possible, but I don't remember it.
I've raised Mr. Ferguson because you'll see in the next entry, key players meeting with Dave Ferguson, Edward Soldo, Gord McGuire, Dan McKinnon, discussing wet weather issues on the Red Hill. Do you remember having a meeting? I know you said you don't remember with Mr. Ferguson, but that dealt with wet weather issues on the Red Hill in August of 2018?
I don't remember that meeting.
Okay. Do you recall very early in his tenure, Mr. Solda raising with you the collision patterns on the Red Hill being of note to him?
I don't. Not to say he didn't do that, but I don't recall it.
Okay. The next entry up is Mr. McGuire. Gord suggests conventional paving wants to get tender out. Do you recall when Mr. McGuire advised you that the city was going to proceed with a regular old shape and pave and not no longer explore hot place recycling?
I don't have confidence in my memory of this, but I do remember him telling me, and I want to say it was in August and around that timeline, but I don't have a lot of confidence in that.
Okay. Was it sometime before you learned about the discovery of the Tradewin report?
I believe so.
Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Soldo, Mr. McGuire about the friction characteristics of the Red Hill in or around August of 2018?
No.
Right. Registrar, can you go to page 62, please? Sorry, pardon me. OD 9A, page 62. Can you bring up 61 as well, please? And can you call at the bottom of 61? Sorry, the 146 and 147.
Ms. Lawrence, if I may, there's just something on my mind. It wasn't unusual for staff, be it Dave Ferguson, Martin White, Betty, Gord, to want to share information with me. One, just to make me aware. Two, sometimes just to have a discussion about it. Not that I necessarily was making decisions or giving direction. Sometimes people need a sounding board, and I was trying to be a good leader a lot of times, so I would always accommodate those meetings. Sometimes, though, as a result of those meetings, I would get dragged into the details, and we talked about that a little earlier. So, from my leadership style, that was one of the things that I was always trying to balancing. I wanted to be supportive of staff. If they wanted to give me details about a particular report, sometimes I would listen. Sometimes that would help me in case I got caught in the lobby at City Hall and somebody asked me a question. But I was always, and I think I said this before, I was always careful not to get into the details because I didn't want anybody thinking that I was going to grab the wheel on something, because I wasn't. I didn't have the technical expertise and it wasn't my role. But I was always balancing that with wanting to be available for people. And, I think sometimes just the back and forth was helpful for them. And so a lot of these meetings were like that. And so I just wanted to give a little more context to some of these meetings and why for the most part, I don't remember them because once the meeting was done, I moved on, and I was doing it to try to help benefit them.
Thank you for that context. I was hoping to slip in one more set of questions, but I don't believe that I have time. Again, given my notes, it's fine. We have tomorrow as well. Given my request and gratitude for the acceptance of the request to end early today. Mr. Commissioner, it's a few minutes after 4 now, and if we could adjourn for the day, I would be appreciative.
That's fine. Then let's adjourn for the day, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Could you put council into a breakout room?